boards-and-commissions. Appointed members can now participate in person or virtually for hybrid meetings. And members also receive a free RTD EcoPass to enjoy unlimited rides on RTD trains and buses. If you have any questions, please contact the City Clerk's Office at bouldercolorado.gov or call 303-441-3008. And with that, I will go ahead and gavel this meeting to order. Elisha, if you can do the roll call, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And good evening, everyone, and thank you for joining us. We'll start tonight's roll call, as usual, with Councilmember Adams.
Present.
Benjamin.
Present.
Mayor Brockett.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Folkerts.
Present.
Councilmember Marquis.
Present.
Shuhart.
Here.
Spear.
Present.
Wallach.
Here.
And Weiner.
Present.
Mayor, we have our quorum.
Thank you so much. All right, well, our first item is item 1A, which is the Dr. Dick Jesser Day Declaration to be presented by Council Member Wallach. Mark, if you could, please.
Is this good? Is it on? Yeah. All right. We're honoring tonight the incredible life of one of Boulder's most incredible residents. So buckle up. This is going to take a few minutes. Dr. Richard Dick Jesser has served as a pillar of the University of Colorado Boulder community, the behavioral science community, and the city of Boulder for nearly 75 years. With this declaration, the City Council acknowledges, honors, and celebrates Dr. Jesser's extraordinary service to his country as a U.S. Marine Corps veteran, to his community as a volunteer with the Rocky Mountain Rescue Group, to the university in several pivotal roles spanning 7 decades, and to his family, loved ones, and colleagues as a father, husband, friend, and mentor. Dr. Jesser, born in Brooklyn, New York, good choice, was attending the City College of New York when he enlisted in the Marine Corps. The Marine sent him to Yale University for 1 year before he completed basic training and later survived the Battle of Iwo Jima, the deadliest in the history of the U.S. Marine Corps. The courage and fortitude that Dr. Jesser displayed in his military service preceded an inspiring and highly accomplished academic career marked by those very same qualities. After Iwo Jima, Dr. Jesser was discharged from the military in February 1946 and completed his BA at Yale University, his master's at Columbia University, and his PhD in clinical psychology at The Ohio State University. He came to Boulder as an assistant professor at the University of Colorado in 1951, where he dedicated his career to the advancement of the behavioral science field. Early in his career, Dr. Jesser realized the importance of an interdisciplinary approach to studying important social problems. In the mid-1950s, he co-founded the Institute of Behavioral Science, or IBS, at CU Boulder and served as its director from 1980 to 2001. Dr. Jesser's scholarship has served as a backbone for behavioral science research, as evidenced by his 2003 designation as a highly cited social science researcher by the Institute for Scientific Information, in recognition of the significant and broad influence of his work. Additionally, the CU Board of Regents named Dr. Jesser a distinguished professor in 2005, a testament to his outstanding contributions to his discipline and to the university. He is the longest-serving CU faculty member in history, dedicating 70 years of his life and scholarship to the university. Dr. Jesser's commitment to interdisciplinary scholarship was foundational to his decades-long advocacy for the creation of an IBS building to encourage collaboration across behavioral science disciplines on campus. After the university committed to constructing the building, Dr. Jesser decided to forego his entire salary and benefits package for 5 years to close the final $1 million construction budget gap. The Board of Regents recently approved the renaming of the Institute of Behavioral Science building, which was constructed in 2010, as the Richard Jesser Building, in recognition of his remarkable personal and academic contributions to the Institute. In addition to his many contributions to the Institute of Behavioral Science, Dr. Jesser was a steadfast advocate for greater diversity in higher education. During the 1960s and early 1970s, Dr. Jesser researched and authored a report, which later became known as the Jesser Report, offering recommendations for diversifying the student body and the representation of racial and ethnic minorities among university faculty. Dr. Jesser has also served the community through his passion for climbing. Upon moving to Boulder, Dr. Jesser developed a lifelong interest in rock climbing and high alpine mountaineering, which he has pursued across the globe through climbs in Europe, South America, and South Asia, as well as in the U.S. In the 1950s and 60s, he was a volunteer backup for the Rocky Mountain Rescue Group, an all-volunteer professional mountain terrain search and rescue organization. In celebration of Dr. Jesser's 100th birthday, on November 24th, 2024, the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the renaming of the Institute of Behavioral Science building in his name on January 28th, 2025, and a return trip to Iwo Jima in March of 2025 to meet fellow U.S. Marine and Japanese survivors and to honor those who never left the island alive. The Boulder City Council declares December 19th, 2024 as Dr. Dick Jesser Day in honor of Dr. Jesser's incredible contributions to the city. The City Council recognizes Dr. Jesser's unwavering commitment to improving our world and encourages all Boulder community members to look to him as an example of the service, integrity, compassion, and dedication that make the world a better, brighter place. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. Brought tears to my eyes.
Anything?
I just have a couple of comments. I'm just overwhelmed being here. I've spent the bulk of my life here in Boulder, raised my two children, have my distinguished professor sitting next to me, my spouse who has been with me on all my adventures in these later years. Just to give you a sense of history here, when I came, I had to have a job interview, and it, of course, was with the president of the university, something unheard of in these days. And when I walked into his office in Mackay, he looked at me and he said, "Young man, you look too young to be a professor." I'm wondering what he would say now if he were here. And literally, Dean Dyed, who was also in that office, took me to the window and said, "Young man, look at those flat irons. That's part of your salary." And so it's been a long time. And I've run through, was it 19?
This is your 19th. Yes.
I've run through, I should say, I've served under 19 CU presidents. So I've seen a lot of change in CU since I came. But it's been an amazing university in an amazing young city. So I'm thrilled about the opportunity you've given me tonight. Thank you so much.
I see we have some dignitaries from CU. Would either of you like to say a word or two? Okay.
Thank you. And Dick, on behalf of the University of Colorado Boulder, I want to just congratulate you on 100 years I want to congratulate you on over 70 years as a faculty member. I don't think I can get there, so congratulations to that. I mentioned this before that we all know about Dick's wonderful academic contributions, but also his contributions as one of the best citizens of the university. We could always count on Dick to chair a committee, whether it's a Jesser report or a Jesser committee or another committee. And Dick, again, on behalf of the University of Colorado, Boulder, our faculty, staff, and students, congratulations.
Thank you so much, Phil. Phil, there weren't chancellors here when I came. It's a new office place. And this is Phil DiStefano, one of the best chancellors the university has ever had.
Thank you so much.
All right, that was inspiring. Thanks so much, Dr. Jesser, for joining us here today for your extraordinary accomplishments as a Boulder resident over the decades. Very much. And Chancellor DiStefano, pleasure to have you here, and Lori, call you as well. Thanks for representing the university. All right, we are now going to go to item 1B, which is the National Homeless Persons Memorial Day Declaration presented by Councilmember Benjamin.
Wonderful. Could I have Annie from Together and Shannon from Haven Ridge join me on stage, please? Thank you for being here. Thank you. So I've got one declaration, but we're going to have another one made that honors Haven Ridge as well for you guys as well. So, but I had one made, so a little clerical mix-up, mostly on my end, but we will roll with it. But thank you both for being here. So we're here to recognize National Homeless Persons Memorial Day. Many of us on council were just over at the band shell earlier this evening to honor and sadly recognize a bunch of folks that have passed away, who are our friends and neighbors who are unhoused. And it was quite a moving experience to be present for that. And sadly, it's something we have to do every year. I think the only bright light is that that number has decreased since last year. But we have a lot of work to go. And so honoring this keeps those folks front of mind. And hopefully we continue the great work that you guys are spearheading. The winter poses extreme hardship for our unhoused community members, including vulnerable youth who face heightened risks without stable shelter. At the same time, the spirit of the holiday season provides an opportunity for affirmation and renewal regarding our commitment to end homelessness. December 21st has been designated National Persons Memorial Day by the National Coalition for the Homeless and the National Healthcare for the Homeless Council, and is so recognized by cities nationwide. To safeguard and support our community is a year-round duty, and in this season of generosity and sharing, we are all encouraged to commit ourselves to promoting compassion and concern for one another, specifically including those who are unhoused. The city shares immense gratitude for the many organizations Boulder community is working with to end homelessness and support unhoused people. Together is one such organization committing to ending youth homelessness through a variety of programs that support young people in unstable situations through positive relationships, safe housing, behavioral health support, education and employment assistance, and critical life skills so they do not experience homelessness in the future. In remembering those who have died during or after enduring a period of homelessness, and with the city's commitment to provide the housing and services that individuals need, the cause of ending homelessness is kept urgent. We, the City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado, declare December 21st, 2024 as National Homeless Persons Memorial Day. So I want to turn it over to Annie to say a few words, and then also Shannon.
Great, thank you. I want to thank the city and city council for holding this space and honoring our unhoused community members who we lost in this last year. Specifically, when we think about youth and young adults experiencing homelessness, it's a very critical issue here in Boulder, and it's often invisible. So, a young person that we work with says, we're really great at being chameleons. We're here in the community, in the library, in public transportation, universities. And it's important that we know that if we can address homelessness when folks are young with housing and supportive services, we know what works, that we can prevent adult homelessness in many cases. In fact, over half of chronically homeless adults first experience homelessness under the age of 24. And most often they first experienced it when they were children. So the work we do is really about changing the trajectory for our community members here in Boulder. So again, thank you for this space. This past year, tragically, we lost 3 of our community members together, Cody, Zariah, and Aspen. Their names were read this afternoon at the bandshell. And it really is a somber reminder that for our unhoused youth in this community, it really is a matter of life or death, connecting them to the housing services that they need. So thank you for highlighting this critical issue. And it's important that we not only honor the folks that we've lost, that we continue our commitment to make sure every young person here in the city is valued, empowered, and safe. I'll turn it over to you.
I don't know if I can follow that, but you said it very well. And I just want to add that the homeless memorial that we had today is not just for the unhoused community, it's for all of Boulder community. And I invite you to come next year, unfortunately. It's a great place to interact with the unhoused community on a different level, in a different way. It's very calm, it's very sweet, unfortunately, it's very sad. You'll get to meet people like myself and like you, I forget your name, I'm sorry, Annie, who are literally boots on the ground from the agencies that help and support and shelter our unhoused community. So please next year, just maybe think about it. We also lost 3 from our shelter, and it's been a very rough year for us. And I have a feeling it's not going to get any better. It's actually going to get a little worse. And I just want to thank the city and the city council members for providing that safe and inviting place for us to be able to have the homeless memorial and to honor those who have passed away this year. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
Yeah, thanks so much to both of you for joining us today. And it really was a powerful ceremony this afternoon. Okay, it's now time for item 2, which is open comment. Elisha, if you could go over the public participation guidelines, please.
Yes, sir. Thank you. And good evening again, everyone. The city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. This vision supports physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and council, as well as democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. For more information about this vision and the community engagement processes, please visit our website at bouldercolorado.gov/services/productive-atmospheres. Now, the following are examples of rules of decorum found in the Boulder Revised Code and other guidelines that support this vision. These will be upheld during this meeting. Participants are required to sign up to speak using the name they are commonly known by, and individuals must display their whole name before being allowed to speak online. Currently, only audio testimony is permitted online. Only one person at a time at the podium unless an accommodation like an interpreter is required. All remarks and testimonies shall be limited to matters related to city business. No standing in or otherwise blocking the aisles. No participant shall stand or hold items such as signs or flags in a manner that would block the view of another person. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. We ask that you not affix items to the podium or the dais or walls or other surfaces of the chamber. Signs, flags, or other items used to communicate must be held by one person when being displayed. Obscenity, other epithets, based on race, gender, or religion, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the meeting will not be tolerated. And lastly, in-person participants are asked to refrain from expressing support or disagreement verbally or with sounds such as applause or snapping, that is with the exception of declarations. Traditionally, support is shown through American Sign Language applause or jazz hands. Thank you again for listening, and thank you for joining us.
Thanks for that, Elisha. And I would very much ask that people be respectful of all speakers and stay quiet during all people's time speaking so that everyone may have a chance to be heard, as everyone deserves a chance to be heard. And there is currently a sign being displayed that is not being held. If you all could take that down, please, and also remove the item from the chair so that somebody else could sit there if they would like to. Thanks so much for that. You do have to hold the sign if you're going to display it. Appreciate it. Okay, everybody gets 2 minutes to speak. I will be strict about that 2-minute time limit so as to be fair to everyone. And our first 3 speakers are Macon Coles, Eric Gross, and Evan Ravitz.
So if people switch from cars to bikes, as our warming planet says we must, we have to build the infrastructure that will support a car-free living. This understanding is the impetus behind the 15-minute city that has been under discussion for so long. The mayor of Paris has made this the defining feature of her 10-year service as mayor of the City of Light. We've created our city at the core as a railroad town. When the train used to come up Water Street to the depot and the trolley went up and down Spruce. Beyond the core, however, we've created a suburban neighborhoods with the default transportation choice being a trip in the automobile. But fortunately, we have a tight urban growth boundary, 6 miles north to south, 5 miles east to west, easily navigated by bicycles and e-bikes. We can build a beautiful neighborhood in the planning reserve, even though it is at the edge of town. Will it be suburban, single family, and car dominated? That only takes us further down the path of expensive housing where mobility by car is required. Or will it be dense with multifamily housing that is affordable and attainable by frontline workers? Building the planning reserve at 3 to 5 stories, connected by protected paths and bike lanes to Lucky's and Safeway and schools will create 15-minute neighborhoods, not only for the planning reserve neighborhood, but every place along those pathways and bikeways will also become 15-minute neighborhoods. To make this happen, we have to tame the motorist that lives inside every one of us, demanding streets and free parking. This council has shown it has the foresight to take us to this new place. Let's continue on this path together. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we go to the next speaker, one thing I neglected to mention is we did at our last council meeting discuss that we would follow our rules of procedure, which state that if council members have any statements to following open comment, that we would do that at the end of the meeting rather than immediately following public comment. So just wanted to let everybody know about that. We do still have one sign that is being displayed without being held. If I could ask you, sir, to please hold that, or that would be the one. There you go. Okay, so if we can now have Eric Gross, Evan Ravitz, and Rokia Nyom.
I'm Eric Gross. The term anti-Semitism has been so overused that it now feels meaningless. As a Jewish American, I know speaking against a country and a government cannot be anti-Semitic, just like speaking against people who defend illegal land theft and genocide is not anti-Semitic. Anti-Jewish sentiment can be real and harmful, and every level of government in the United States speaks against it. At the same time, anti-Muslim and anti-Palestine sentiment has been a far bigger problem for several decades, and virtually no voices of authority speak out against it. If you pursue a proclamation condemning anti-Jewish behavior, I implore you to include protections for Muslims as well. Why? because Muslim and pro-Palestine residents of your city are actively being accosted and doxxed online for their attire or views, attracting harassment and threats to their safety. I am never subjected to anything close to the level of threats, hatred, and public vitriol my Muslim friends are, and in fact, the only derision or hate directed toward me has come from Zionists. I was disturbed by statements in recent meetings that this issue is not relevant to city business, or that certain people feel inconvenienced by reminders of a genocide and war crimes that have been condemned by virtually every authority in the world, and even admitted to by Israeli soldiers as reported just today in the Israeli newspaper Haaretz. This issue is incredibly important to how Boulder will be viewed in history. When South African apartheid was toppled, Nelson Mandela personally visited and thanked the U.S. cities that spoke up and boycotted South Africa. Boycotting the Israeli government and economy is not anti-Semitic. It is the duty of every world citizen who wants peace and wants to disempower warmongering genocidal regimes. I also boycott the American economy to the best of my ability due to its warmongering and crimes against humanity. Does that make me a bigot against America? Of course not. Calling BDS anti-Semitic is itself anti-Semitic because it supposes all Jews must support genocidal policies of the Israeli government.
Your time is up, but thank you for your testimony. Quiet, please. Okay, and I'm going to have to ask that sign to be moved. Thank you. All right, okay, quiet, please, quiet. All right, let's give other people a chance to speak. We have Evan Ravitz, Rokia Nyom, and Laura Kaplan.
Waiting for the presentation. There we go. I'm Jewish and feel safe here, but no one will be safe anywhere now that the U.S., state, and Boulder governments are controlled by the multiply indicted thug Netanyahu. We pay you to represent the majority. Last meeting, 30 of us asked you to divest from 4 companies that supply the Israeli military and for a ceasefire resolution. 6 asked you to do nothing. You represent the small minority, also shown by polls. Why? Remember Elliot Fladden?
All right, be quiet, please. Be quiet, please. I wasn't hearing any interrupting. No interrupting of any kind. Quiet, please.
Remember Elliot Fladden, the lawyer who all last winter led the pro-Israel sign waving and spoke several times. His Facebook has these photos of Governor Polis taking him and his daughter skiing at the same time. Was Polis paying off Fladden to stop you from working for peace? When Polis was elected to Congress, we hoped his wealth would make him independent, but Polis knows his place and promotes drill baby drill and kill Israel kill. Polis controls council through your ambition. Our mayor and council were the only ones in the state to back his attempted takeover of local zoning. I'm skipping down. I want my time back.
You can have 10 extra seconds.
No, 25, like I've been denied. I worked on this for hours. So I'm skipping to the crux of it. John Lennon in Working Class Hero said, there's
I'm giving him 10
room
extra
at
seconds.
The top. They tell you here
Hey,
still,
quiet in the audience.
there's room at the top. They tell you still, but first you must learn to smile as you
Okay, time
kill.
up. Your time is up. Time is up. Time is up. Time is up. All right. Quiet. No obscenities. That is absolutely not acceptable. Not allowed and not acceptable. We need quiet in the audience. We need quiet in the audience. I'm going to call a recess if we don't get quiet. All right? Quiet in the audience. We're going to call a recess.
You racist slanderer who puts children's pictures up on your
conspiracy. It is real. It's not helpful that he's putting my daughter's picture up there on the city council presentation. When engaged in paranoid conspiracy theorism and blood libels. It is conspiracy theorism. Put my daughter's picture up there. Factual. It is lies.
Elisha? Elisha, do we have channel 8 ready to go? All right, I'm going to gavel us back into session. Right, so open comment is still going to continue. We have cleared chambers here in council chambers, but we still have people in the building who can come upstairs and speak as they're called, one at a time. So our next three speakers are Rokia Nyam, Laura Kaplan, and Aaron Brooks. And just ask for everybody's patience while people come up to the podium.
Hello, my name is Rokia, and actually I'm gonna start by taking my glasses off because I'm so disgusted by you guys, honestly. Every single day, every single day, I wake up and I see children like my niece and nephew slaughtered, their heads missing, their limbs gone, their parents wailing in the streets. And then I think about the Muslims in this country. Bullets fired to our houses to scare us, hijabs being pulled, you're being followed in grocery stores. I call that Islamophobia, but I haven't heard you guys talking about it much. There's 4 million Muslims. You need to do something. Maybe a little bit, at least pretend. For the sake of whatever you care for, pretend. Because the same way you care for those people, you should care for us too. Because unfortunately, I do hold a passport. You can't deport me. I was born here. I'm just like you guys. So your rights are my rights. We are equal. Sometimes it's hard to comprehend, but we are. My skin is just a little bit darker. I just happen to cover my hair. But the blood that runs through every single one of us is exactly the same. Think about that. And think about all the children that share the same blood as you, that you're sending billions of dollars to slaughter. That's what you're doing. So shame on every single one of you. Shame. And I'm glad I can't see none of you guys.
Your time is up, but thank you. Our next three speakers are Laura Kaplan, Aaron Brooks, and Daniel Howard.
Good evening, members of council. Laura Kaplan here, a member of the City Planning Board, but I'm representing myself only tonight. It's nice to see you all. So I'd like to talk about the city's climate action plan. I want to especially uplift the hotline conversation initiated by council member Shuhard. I could not agree more with Ryan that there are 2 things that are foundational to achieving our climate goals. Number 1, compact land use, and number 2, an effective transportation system that decreases reliance on cars. Sorry, there's a lot of conflict tonight. So it was fantastic to read the staff reply to Ryan's hotline. I was figuratively pumping my fist as I read it, but I'm going to quote just one sentence. And that is, the benefits of density are well understood by land use planners as beneficial toward climate goals. And that value has been baked into the city's policies and regulations for decades. So yes, this is crystal clear when you look at the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. We, the city, are very intentionally the center of urban growth, and there is a rural preservation area around us in the Boulder Valley that we live with harmoniously. We're part of one fabric, and we all play our roles. So it's great to see that staff recognize this connection between our compact, transit-oriented, walkable, bikeable, urban development pattern and our climate strategy. So we do also need to talk about the airport in relation to greenhouse gas emissions. The city's latest greenhouse gas inventory shows that aviation fuels from the airport are the #4 biggest source of greenhouse gases in our city, and that's about 8% of our emissions from 2023. And that is frankly astonishing for a facility that so few city residents actually use, rarely or never for most of us. Now, we have heard representatives of Boulder's aviation community. Sorry, I will send email.
Okay, our next three speakers are Aaron Brooks, Daniel Howard, and Graham Hill.
Sure, yes, please. Thank you.
I've been taught well that by my grandfather, who said that your word is the only thing that you own, so use it wisely.
Apologize for any pain I have caused our community members. I am sorry these tropes took away from my intention and my original message and caused harm.
I also wanted to clarify one of the comments that said that I had apologized previously for anti-Semitic comments. And I wanted to clarify that I did not apologize for that.
During that, we do have skin in the game and blood on our hands. I wanted to just clarify that I did not say that there was blood on our hands. I said blood on my hands.
No, I'm not going to accuse anyone of dishonesty, and unlike many who are here that do not live in Boulder, I will not call any of you or anyone else here disgusting names. But I truly wonder if Ms. Adams' apparent obsession with Israel seems to be consistently clouding her memory as shown in these videos. For someone elected to serve our community, she seems to spend an inordinate amount of time discussing and posting what often amounts to propaganda about Israel. The blood on her hands comment was discussed at length last meeting. Earlier this year, Ms. Adams apologized for posts she had made on Instagram that some considered to be anti-Semitic. Then she bizarrely claimed to have not made this apology. I'm not sure why apologizing for hurting constituents and admitting to doing so is so difficult. This pattern is quite troubling, and I hope the community considers how this negatively impacts our city council and our community of 107,000 people as a whole in terms of other issues as well. I would ask my fellow voting community members, does this behavior pattern represent the trust and transparency needed for effective governance? Thank you.
All right, our final two in-person speakers are Daniel Howard and Graham Hill.
Good evening, council members. I'm Daniel Howard, part of Urban Environmentalists, speaking on behalf of myself and not the U.S. government. Next slide. Just talking about the climate action plan and how that ties into climate land use policy and housing, and how housing policy is in fact climate policy. There's some great resources that I could share with you through the slide deck, emailed afterwards. But highlighted here, for example, is Boulder City, an area around the GHG emissions like per parcel in census tract. And you can see the central Boulder area is the most climate efficient compared to the wildland urban interface and other exterior boundaries of Boulder and our surrounding cities as well, where a lot of our residents commute in from. It's important to realize that we're interconnected with our neighboring cities as well in terms of how growth impacts not only ourselves, but our neighbors as well in this space. So I could speak a little bit about wildland interface risk and wildfires, but don't necessarily have time in the 2 minutes. Next slide. So to focus specifically on some few issues, so with energy and VMT, for example, multifamily dwellings tend to have less energy use per household per the Envil Redstock dashboard that you're welcome to explore in your own time. As we allow, maybe permit and encourage higher density housing, this can achieve some of our goals related to GHG emission reduction, as well as also reducing VMT mileage. Next slide. And then for another common concern is water use per capita. It's actually known that significant lower water use is done for multifamily compared to single family. There's actually been in the case in Denver a lowering of water use despite the massive significant population increase in that city compared to us. I could also talk more about urban heat island, but don't have time for that. Next slide. There's some interesting others. Ways in which you can think about urban sprawl and how they impact our other neighbors. But I don't necessarily have time to go through all this, but I'd be happy to discuss later if you have time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last speaker in person is Graham Hill, and then we'll go to our virtual speakers. Okay, I hear Graham Hill is not present, so we will go to our first three virtual speakers, who are Amy Kaufman, Luann Myers, and Foster Goodwill.
Mayor, I do not see the first three speakers online tonight.
All right, our next three virtual speakers are Hannah Davis, Lynn Siegel, and Michael Mills.
Hello, my name's Hannah. I'm part of the Environmental Advisory Board, though my views tonight are my own, and I'm speaking about the Climate Action Plan that you'll get to hear more about later. First off, I want to thank the Climate Department for all the amazing work they've done. I really was impressed with the plan and what we've accomplished in our entire region, and are really grateful. I want to encourage staff to look at two big system solutions I didn't see included. So the first, which you've heard a little bit about, is compact land use combined with sustainable transportation. And I think that this should be called out directly in the CAP, and it'll make our work easier when it comes to look at the Boulder Valley Comp Plan and our use of land use and development and land use planning when it comes to reducing emissions, backed up by claims from IPCC and RMI and other big science-based organizations. The second is there's no mention of food systems, which is the second largest source of our community's consumption-based emissions, according to our own community greenhouse gas dashboard. So I've spoken to some of you regarding the plant-based by default approach, which I continue to urge you to support across our city food purchasing. But there are many more bigger levers that the city can do to reduce our impact when it comes to food systems. And cities like Austin and Berkeley, Ann Arbor, New York, Denver, and many more are starting to include these in their climate action plans. And I see this as a really big opportunity for Boulder. So I'll follow up with email with specific resources of how the city could approach this, and happy to answer any questions you guys have about food systems in later conversations. And just thank you all for your service and your time.
Thank you. Now we have Lynn Siegel, Michael Mills, and Adeline Marquez. Oh, that's right. Yes, please ask her to come up.
Yeah, if you want to go to the next person, and then
Okay, we'll come back to her. All right, Michael Mills, you're up.
Thank you, council members, for this opportunity. My name is Michael Mills. I'm a member of your Transportation Advisory Board and Community Cycles Advocacy Committee, but tonight I'm speaking only for myself. I'm also a recently retired atmospheric scientist, having spent my career in Boulder working at CU, NCAR, and NOAA, contributing to recent IPCC reports. Tonight, I'll address two critical topics: reaffirming Vision Zero and integrating compact land use and transportation choices into Boulder's climate action plan. On Vision Zero, this resolution is not just a commitment, it's a moral imperative. We all felt the tragedy of 4 deaths on Boulder Street this year, which were highlighted the urgency of action. Virginia Knowlton in January, a 2-year-old girl in May, Julianne Hurley in September, and Jennifer Newman also in September were all killed while walking or cycling by drivers on our roads, the 2-year-old in a parking lot. Projects like Baseline Road, 30th Street, and soon Iris Avenue show that we can make streets safer, but progress is too slow. The proposed resolution empowers staff to use modern practices, streamline project timelines, and better engage the community. It also strengthens our case for external funding and partnerships. Expediting safe streets projects is essential not only to prevent more tragedies, but also to align with our climate and equity goals, which brings me to compact land use and transportation choices on which the science is clear. These strategies are among the most effective ways to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Compact land use shortens commutes, reduces car dependency, and supports transit, key components of a resilient and equitable city. As the IPC and others have shown, these measures also unlock co-benefits like improved air quality, lower infrastructure cost, and enhanced community health. Boulder Climate Action Plan must prioritize these strategies to lead on climate action. Thanks.
Thank you. Can we bring up Lynn Siegel now? And after that, it'll be Adeline Marquez and Richard Sachs.
First of all, am I ready now? Okay, yeah. Where's the timer? What, 1:55? Oh, okay, 2 minutes. Okay, first, I got the wash dryer, but Nicole, the thing was on for 8 hours today. That's using one hell of a lot of energy. Like, because that part is electric where it's rolling the clothes around for 8 hours. There's sometimes problems with new technology that's supposed to be more energy efficient. This is a heat pump hot water heater. Okay, it's like structural adjustment policies. You don't know, but your bill goes way up. And other people on this CARE program had their bill go way up because the money was higher because they're blowing warm air out and then cold air out. They measured it 100 degrees when it's warm blowing out and then 50 degrees when it's cold blowing out. It's the same thing with my air source heat pump hot water heater. It has to be vented out. You know this, Lauren. It's like it sucks warmth out of the air, embeds it in the water, and then blows cold out. Boulder Housing Partner used these things and they didn't vent them out. They can't. They're for affordable housing places where you have limited space. Okay? Oh boy. My bike was stolen at the county when I went to testify against David Hashimanji with the Energy Smart program, because 10 years ago I tried to get an energy retrofit and I found out that he had dropped my contractor that was possible because they wouldn't put up a solar install under adverse conditions. And David insisted on it, and
Your time is up.
they couldn't
Thank you
do it
for your
without
testimony. Okay, time's up. Okay, next 3 speakers, Adeline Marquez, Richard Sachs, and Rachel Namordi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Well, I am deeply disappointed by the comments made last meeting from Mark, Tara, and Matt. Y'all keep stating you will not revisit the ceasefire. Well, I ask you to protect CU students as you started this meeting recognizing CU Boulder people. A student recently wearing a hijab and having a freedom of speech sign was harassed and posted online in an anti-Semitic page, where Aaron Brooks was there and continues to harass students and he was talking about building trust. Reminder that the US state website says that criticism of Israel similar to that leveled against any other country cannot be regarded as anti-Semitic. Having the dangerous precedent of confusing what anti-Semitism is, and that definition is not okay. I haven't heard any of you talk about Islamophobia in our community, which is very prominent. Last meeting, a person equated Arabs and Muslims to jihadis. Someone should have called her out on her Islamophobia, but council members stayed quiet. You say that we're banging our head against the wall. Well, I think that city council members not wanting to see responsibility of what you can do at the local level and how you're complicit in genocide is you banging your head against the wall. And this is a local issue that affects us all here. You can divest from Caterpillar contracts. You can protect your Muslim students. You can protect your Jewish students. You can make sure that anti-Semitism is not being equated to what it is not. Former Israeli defense minister stated that Israel was becoming a corrupt, leprous, and fascist Messianic state. We are tired of seeing decapitated babies, people getting burned, and you all still do not see the connections of how our indigenous people are suffering. So shame on you, shame on you, shame on you.
All right. Our last three speakers are Richard Sachs, Rachel Namordi, and Mindy Miller.
Hello, this is Richard Sachs. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have the PowerPoint up or?
Yes.
Okay. And is that visible to people?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. It's not visible to me. It'll take me about 10 seconds to pull it up. If you want to go to a different speaker and come back to me, or if you can wait, I'll do it. I'm sorry.
I think now is your time to speak. We've got the presentation up on our side.
Okay. Well, first of all, I'm very sorry for all the obvious open wounds that are going on here. It breaks my heart to see that because I've been part of the Boulder community off and on for 40 years now. I'm a retired college professor. I want to focus on the second, third, and fourth. Well, why don't we just go to the fourth, and I'll pull it up on mine. I'm sorry, I drove across town when you guys canceled. I was at my son's house. So I've been a non-practicing Reform Jew most of my life, and I've married 2 different shiksas and have 5 wonderful adult kids from those 2 ended marriages. But I want to focus on the essence of my understanding of what it is to be Jewish and what Jewish people can and should be offering to the world. And I think that's a message that has not been made. And so if you look at the fourth, if you look at the fourth, I'm sorry, it's finally coming up on my laptop. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Here's the essence. When we die, when we go to heaven, or wherever we're going to go, the question is not, were you Moses, but were you yourself? Were you Richard Sachs? Were you Daniel Silver? And if I could just share with the group the final paragraph. We're not asked to be the liberator of our people. That's given to few. We're not asked to bring down a new Torah. We're asked to do what we do best, provided what we do is for the common good, to teach, to heal, to raise children, to encourage them, to love them, so they will become thoughtful and caring adults. In measure as we love and as we share and as we work with the institutions of support in the community, in measure as we offer ourselves to the common good, we represent the hope of the world. My mom, of blessed memory, was a...
So your time is up, but thank you for your testimony. You can always follow up with an email if you'd like. All right, our last 2 speakers are Rachel Namordi and Mindy Miller.
Mayor, I do not see Rachel online tonight.
You don't see.
Rachel Namordi.
Okay, so then we'll go to Mindy Miller.
Hi, am I on?
Yes.
Hi, I'm Mindy Miller. I'm a Boulder resident. My kids grew up here, went through BBSD. I have one daughter at CU who's been dealing with the hostile and unwelcoming environment there simply because she is Jewish. I'm deeply saddened by the vitriol and hate I've heard and seen at these meetings over the past year and a half, especially as they've been directed at Jewish members of council. It seems to be politically correct to spew hate when it comes to the Jews. Criticizing Israel is not anti-Semitic, but holding all Jews accountable for the actions of a government 5,000 miles away is. This kind of rhetoric fuels Jewish hate, and the statistics attest to that. We're seeing it in our public schools, where Jewish and Israeli students are being bullied simply for existing. This is unacceptable. As members of the Boulder City Council, you were elected to address real issues facing our city. The endless divisive dialogue distracts from the work that needs to be done. How are we progressing on priorities like climate action, homelessness, wildfire mitigation, and economic development? How much are these critical efforts being delayed by the current focus on unproductive conversations? What important conversations on the city's most pressing issues are being pushed to the back burner because we've used an abundance of time on a topic that has no bearing on city business? I support the First Amendment, and I understand that everyone has a right to express their opinions in front of council. But when this kind of toxic hate becomes normalized in our public discourse, we're in dangerous territory. We can do better than this, and we must. Thank you for your time, your service, and your attention to these important issues.
Thank you. And with that, that concludes our open comment speakers. I'll turn to city staff to see if you have any responses.
No specific responses, just always thanking our community for coming to speak. And I know many of the comments related to the climate action plan that we're going to be discussing later today. So thank you.
And no responses from the city attorney's office.
Okay, thanks very much. And then a reminder, if council has any comments, they can be made under matters under item 8, but if anybody has any clarifying questions for city staff, you can ask them now. I've got Taisha.
Yes, thank you so much. I did have a question about what constitutes council business. Is it only the matters that we are discussing or matters that we have the authority on? Not just the resolution, but some of the other, anything that we have the authority on. I just wanted to get clarification on what constitutes council business when we're hearing from our public and from our constituents and residents and all those who live, work, and play here. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Adams.
Can you get more into the mic, please?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Adams. My answer would be both, would be anything that's discussed and anything that council does would be council business.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Very good. Not seeing any other hands raised. Alicia, can you take us to the consent agenda, please?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Our consent agenda is item number 3 on tonight's agenda, and it consists of items 3A through 3O.
Any questions or comments on the consent agenda? I got a couple over here. Tina.
I do have just one or two concerns about 3F. I'm assuming that I should wait until second reading, Aaron, before I discuss them?
Yes, and you're talking about the first reading for, this is density and intensity standards in residential neighborhoods. Yeah, if you, I think the time for discussion will be at second reading.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks. Tina?
Yeah, I just want to make some comments. I made some similar comments at the last meeting about N, the consideration of a motion to adopt resolution 1358. And just explaining that I'll be voting no because I don't. I'm not yet convinced that this is the right mechanism for us to show show renewed support for any particular action. And I would like, and I'm hopeful that we as a council talk about what we're using resolutions for and whether we need to do them for each of our priorities or whether there are other opportunities. For instance, when we did the prioritization last winter, We may have wished to have used one of our 10 priorities to broaden the CAN priority to a broader Vision Zero priority. So, and my concern is also that I would prefer not to see us go down a path of making a series of resolutions to reaffirm work that we're particularly passionate about, and it's all good work. And the final thing, I just want to make it very clear, I'm not voting against Vision Zero. This type of mechanism I don't think is good governance, but I'm very looking forward to a discussion about how we do elevate certain pieces of work that we want the community and the staff to know about, but perhaps in a different way.
Right, and just to clarify, that's resolution is regarding reaffirming the city of Boulder's commitment to Vision Zero. Yep. Okay. I actually had Lauren and then Mark.
I just wanted to speak to item K real quick, which is the Landmarks Board and Historic Preservation, some modifications around timeframes and approval expiration dates. I really appreciate this being brought forward. When I first read it, I thought it was our 10-year landmarking program update, and that made me a little nervous, and I was really hoping it would go farther, but as a standalone item, I'm really excited to see this. It's a much needed change, and thank you for bringing it forward.
And I'm going to colloquy on that, Lauren, is because that's removing the appointment of a planning board member to the Landmarks Board, and I think they tallied up in there how many hours that would save of time, and it was dozens and dozens, and I remember from being on planning board that was a really significant commitment, so I thought this was a nice streamlining effort. Nice work, everybody. Mark.
I also want to express my skepticism about doing resolutions to state that we really mean it with respect to programs we have duly enacted and are carrying out. I don't think we do this for any other resolution. I don't think anybody in the community doubts our sincerity in carrying out the Vision Zero program. And so this is sort of a belt and suspenders process. I'm not sure it does any harm, but it's not something that I wouldn't want us to be doing resolutions to affirm our commitment to open space policies. I just don't think that's the way we ought to go. Again, the world is not going to end if we pass this resolution, but I just don't see it as good governance since we have already passed Vision Zero and staff is carrying out Vision Zero, and I don't think there is anybody who questions that. So again, this is a methodology that I'm uncomfortable with.
All right. And Ryan, you want to say something real quick, and then let's move to a vote.
Briefly, just because it came up, so I appreciate my colleagues' conscientiousness on this issue. I'll talk just to the comments from Tina and Mark. Just a reminder, so the proposal came after the death of 38-year-old Jennifer Newman. I'd ask my council colleagues if there's anything we could do as a body to meaningfully accelerate progress, and through some discussion came to what we did offer. I do think it meaningfully lifts up the work and helps staff in the ways that I outlined in the hotline, which I won't say again now. So that's what's before you, and I also just want to thank Valerie, Nuria, and others who helped put this together. So thank you all.
Very good. Right, Elisha, if we can go to our roll call vote, please.
Do we have a first and a second? I didn't hear it.
You know, it would help to have a motion before we voted. I wonder if anybody would like to make a motion.
I make a motion to pass the consent agenda.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. Is that better?
That's much better.
Excellent.
Thank you,
All right.
sir. Follow procedure, right? All right, thank you. We'll start the consent agenda vote for items 3A through 3O with Councilmember Weiner.
Yes.
Adams.
Yes.
Benjamin.
Yes.
Mayor Brockett.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Folkerts.
Yes.
Councilmember Marquis.
Yes, but no on N.
On N? Thank you. Shuhart,
Yes.
Spear,
Yes.
and Wallet.
Yes, but no on N.
Thank you, sir. The consent agenda items 3A through 3O are hereby approved unanimously with the noted exceptions for item number 3N.
Thanks very much. And now can we go to our public hearing, please?
Turn my mic off too fast. All right. Our public hearing is item number 5A on tonight's agenda, and it is the second reading and motion to adopt by emergency measure ordinance 8665, amending Title 9 Land Use Code, BRC 1981, to implement Senate Bill 23-290 and locally permit natural medicine businesses defined in the state bill as natural medicine healing centers, cultivation, production, and testing facilities, and setting forth related details.
Thank you so much. And on this item, we're going straight to Carl Geiler.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. Before you tonight is Ordinance 8665, which relates to natural medicine. The council will recall that we discussed this on August 1st, where we requested direction on how we should move forward with an ordinance on this topic. So that's why we're back before you tonight. Council passed this ordinance on first reading on December 5th. I'll point out that Council Member Marquis had offered some questions that we've answered, and we've attached those to the memo in attachment G. So the purpose of tonight is for Council to make a decision on the ordinance to either approve, deny, or modify Ordinance 8665. We're recommending an emergency ordinance in this case, which requires 2 votes of council. The reason we're recommending that is because the state is accepting licenses for natural medicine businesses starting on December 31st. They could theoretically start issuing licenses after that date. It's likely that they won't until probably about February or March. But just to get some rules on the books and to make expectations clear from a zoning standpoint of where business licenses can be issued, that's why we're recommending that the rules be in place before that time. So I'm going to go through some of these slides a bit quicker than I did on August 1st, since we did go through a lot of this information on August 1st. I think everyone understands what natural medicine is. It's psilocybin or psilocin. That's derived, substances derived from mushrooms for medicinal purposes only. It's meant to treat behavioral issues like depression, anxiety, any other kind of mental health issues. It's been found to be effective in a lot of different types of treatments, and it was legalized at the state level. So a lot of these definitions come from the state bill. There are some other substances that are listed in the definition. These are things that would be considered by a state board in the future, I think in 2026, and may be legalized in the future at the state level. So just a little bit of history. There was that vote back in 2022, Proposition 122, which is called Access to Psychedelic Substances. It was passed by Colorado voters. So that led to the Natural Medicine Health Act of 2022, and ultimately in 2023, the Colorado Natural Medicine Code, which was passed through Colorado Senate Bill 23-290. So that set up the whole licensing certification framework. It set up an advisory board of about 15 members that would advise on this, as well as all the definitions, and set up kind of the framework. And then that's gone into a more detailed state rulemaking process that happened this year, which concluded on July 25th. And those new, more specific rules were actually adopted on October 21st.
Carl, I believe the people would like to know who you are, actually. I wonder if a formal introduction is in order.
My name is Carl Geiler. I'm Senior Policy Advisor with the Planning and Development Services Department. So an overview of state legislation. It allows persons that are over 20 years old to possess, share, or cultivate the psilocybin without payment. There's no remuneration. There's no retail component of this. So the state legislation, as I said, sets up the certification, permitting, and registration requirements. It also sets up a 1,000-foot distance requirement from child care centers, preschools, elementary, middle, and junior high schools, and residential child care facilities. That's something I'm sure we're going to talk about tonight because the state rules do allow that to be waived. So we do have some maps that we can share. Again, a lot of specific regulations that relate to cultivation, manufacturing, testing, storing, distribution, transportation, very extensive regulations at the state level. So when it gets to local governments, it basically says that cities or jurisdictions can enact ordinances or regulations that govern the time, manner, and place of these businesses pursuant to the state rules. But it does also say that localities cannot prohibit the establishment of or prohibit any kind of natural business establishment, prohibit the transportation of any natural medicine through the jurisdiction, and it does not allow cities or jurisdictions to adopt ordinances or regulations that are unreasonable or conflict with the state law. So this is just some of the headings that you'll see if you go through the rulemaking. You can see it's very extensive. Again, I won't go into all of these, but it does relate to a lot of different topics when setting up a business. Their facilitators have to get a state-issued license. There's surveillance, safety requirements, handling requirements, how you can use chemicals, things of that nature. Just going into the details of natural medicine businesses, there's basically 4 that are listed. We have them in 2 different categories. A natural medicine healing center is kind of like a therapy office. So we have a picture of kind of how that looks and operates. And then the 3 other ones are more of a light industrial nature, so cultivation, product manufacturing, testing facilities. Again, with this particular state bill, there's no retail component to this. So I'm going to go through this a bit quickly as well, since we talked about this last time. Oregon passed legislation earlier than Colorado, so they say that you can opt out in Oregon. That's not the case in Colorado. So it gives, some communities have opted out or voted to not allow these in their jurisdictions, but a lot of them allow them. A lot of them consider them as medical offices or light manufacturing, as we're proposing tonight. They also don't allow any local licensing in Oregon, which is not the case here in Colorado. We've talked to a number of different jurisdictions across the state. The ones that are highlighted have indicated similar approaches that Boulder looked at, as far as allowing them as medical offices for the therapy type use or the healing centers, and then light manufacturing for the cultivation, testing, and manufacturing facilities. Although Denver just recently announced on December 10th that they would have a local license requirement that they're developing for the first quarter of 2025. They're not waiving the distance requirement. They're not putting any hours of operation, and otherwise rely on state law. So when we discussed this with council on August 1st, staff's original proposed approach was to not have a local licensing regime for natural medicine, and to regulate healing centers as medical offices and regulate the other facilities as light manufacturing. We also had proposed a 1,000-foot distance requirement from residential. That was not supported by council at that time, so we've not moved forward with that in the ordinance. We were asked by council to do more community feedback, so we've been keeping people aware by using the PNDS newsletter. We've been meeting with industry experts and attending some of the roundtables that were hosted virtually by Denver and the state on this topic. A lot of the concerns that we've been hearing are the cost of sessions. It's not something that's federally allowed, so the insurance gets a little bit tricky, so that's why the cost is high. Access to services is something that's of concern. Hours of operation, we've heard, is an issue. If they're restricted in evening hours, it makes it hard for people to be let out early if there's a pressure to close. There are state rules that make sure that people are in good, they've gone through their whole session and are safe to leave the operation. So that's why hours of operation is kind of a tricky topic. And also, we're hearing a lot of concerns about access of those under 21 years of age, the impact that could have on our community's youth. We also convened a focus group composed of some cannabis licensing authority advisory board members, but only in their own capacity, not representing the board. Some state or county officials, some experts. Most of them were supportive of the state approach to take a light regulatory approach to this, and they agreed with the keeping them as medical offices and light manufacturing. Some of the folks felt that we should be more lenient than we were proposing, like waiving the requirement for schools or considering them through a land use that's more pervasive in the city, allowing them in all residential zones. We also did a Be Heard Boulder questionnaire. Again, this is a questionnaire. It's not a statistically valid survey. We got over 100 respondents on it. For the most part, respondents were split between whether or not to allow to do local licensing or not. It was 44% to 44%. A majority of folks, 55% to 60% of the respondents, supported the approach that we had proposed about considering them medical offices or light manufacturing. 44% indicated opposition to allowing healing centers in residential zones, but there was a slight majority, 51%, that said they should be allowed in residential zones in some form. They were split between whether it should be by right or with use review. We've also used the racial equity instrument on this particular project. One thing that's come up, like I said, with the late night hours relates to Indigenous people's use of psilocybin, and that it's traditional to have it at nighttime, so that's why there's been some concerns about restricting late hours. We've also looked at a number of different studies about whether mental health issues impact a higher percentage of people of color. There's some studies that say yes, some that say it's about the same, but that people of color struggle with access to help and financial issues that make it even more impactful to them. So I think basically through talking to folks and meeting with the community connectors and residents, the thing we've heard most is just allowing access, not being too restrictive, enabling these businesses to get set up. The community connectors and residents did support allowing these in residential zones and generally supported the approach that the city was proposing, but they did have concerns just overall with the whole state legalization of it and what that means for the more traditional use of the product. So I'm now going to jump into the components of 8665. It's pretty brief. It's about 2 pages. Basically includes a new definition of natural medicine business that links up with the state regulations. We've had to update our definition of medical office. So the highlighted text is the new text. So it basically considers a natural medicine healing center as a medical office. Per the recommendation of Planning Board, we've allowed natural medicine healing centers to allow overnight stays, the same as we do with addiction recovery facilities, which are also under the medical office definition. And we've added this narrative to the light manufacturing definition that includes the cultivation, testing, and manufacturing facilities. This is our use table, so if you want to see how medical offices and light manufacturing is currently regulated, that's what's being proposed. Healing centers would not be allowed in some of the lower density residential zones, as medical offices are not allowed in those zones, so like the RR, RL1 or RMX2, but the other residential zones, it is allowed through use review. And then it's allowed pretty broadly in the other zones, except for the industrial zones. In the industrial zones, the light manufacturing uses are an allowed use. There's a couple other zones that allow industrial uses as well. When we look at the 1,000-foot distance requirement that's in the state code, you can see it actually excludes a fair amount of the city. So this was of concern to the planning board largely based on the number of childcare facilities that exist in Boulder. So you can see a good part of Boulder would be ruled out per that. But again, the state law does allow it to be modified or waived. So after a discussion with planning board, their recommendation was to approve Ordinance 8665 with the following modifications. So amending the definition of medical office to allow overnight stays, as I just talked about, and then creating a waiver to that 1,000-foot distance requirement. And that's how it's reflected in the ordinance before you tonight. Our recommendation is that staff adopt the ordinance tonight on emergency to get the rules on the books. If City Council wanted to start with that light regulatory approach, that's our recommendation. However, if City Council wanted to take a more cautious approach or make changes, we could bring another ordinance back on third reading with some changes that might change, like say the distance requirements or concentration requirements, or considering local licensing could be brought back later in 2025. So this is the suggested motion language we have for council. That concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thanks so much for that, Carl. We have questions for staff on this, clarifying questions. Mark, Nicole?
What would the map look like if the, the distance restriction were 750 feet?
We don't have a map of 750 feet, but we have, this map shows 300 versus 500. So you could, look at the one on the right and it would be a broader distance.
Okay.
And just to clarify, in this map, only the zones that are colored are zones that would allow these. Any of the zones
That's
grayed
correct.
out, it would be disallowed.
Correct.
Right, thank you.
Is that it, Mark? Nicole?
Yeah, I just had a question about the medical office designation. Currently, in that designation, are there medical offices that might dispense something considered medicine, like, I don't know, antibiotics or maybe like Tylenol or something
Yes,
like that?
and that's why we came back with the recommendation to treat these as medical offices, because obviously there are a lot of medical offices. There's a lot of different types of medicines that are prescribed there that we don't necessarily get deep into with zoning. I think this is a little different in the sense that it's a state, approved, medicine versus federal, but yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
All right, yeah, Tina. And then Taisha.
Yep. For the overnight stays, are there any other questions or any other zoning for those types of medical offices or siting, or are they treated exactly the same as a medical office that doesn't have an overnight stay?
I'm trying to understand the question. So the only ones that allow overnight stays are addiction recovery facilities.
And so you're going to treat it the same as an addiction
Yes.
recovery facility? Okay. And then I just want to clarify the statement that that you can't get money from distributing mushrooms in the non-medical license avenue. My understanding is if you provide a service, that you can sell the service with the mushroom and then get money for that.
That I'm not entirely sure about. I might have to defer to the attorney's office.
Hella Penwick with the City Attorney's Office. Yeah, there is a personal use allowance under state law that decriminalizes personal use of natural medicine. And as part of that decriminalization, it allows for bona fide support services and I forgot the other terminology. I can look it up. To have services that are provided and being paid for concurrently with the providing of natural medicine, but there couldn't be any compensation for the providing of the natural medicine, and that's outside of the state licensing scheme.
Right, but they can happen concurrently and the service is not defined by state law.
That's correct.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
Taisha?
Yes, thank you so much. And I just had some clarifying things that came up when I was reading and from the presentation. The first around just getting clarification. Did we get an opportunity as a city to speak to our the tribal nations that we're in relation with regarding this issue?
We did have some contacts in our communication department that talked with Indigenous people representatives. I think what we heard from them was, the concerns about the bill in general at the state level, but
right, I understand.
Basically what they told us is that they felt like a lot of their concerns were being handled at the state level, and that it would cause some conflation if we engaged directly with them at the local level, and they felt that it should be handled at the state. So that was kind of the extent of our conversations.
All right, but my question was, there was no formal agenda item in the meetings, in the consultations that you have with the 16 tribes. That was my question.
No.
Okay. No problem. I just wanted to see if, what levers we're using. Although I do appreciate reaching out to Indigenous people in our community. And I just wanted to lift up that those comments are not a sensitivity. A sensitivity is a feeling or an emotion. This is culturally responsive practice. So I think it's been really important that we are clear on those terms. The other thing is I noticed a comment around people of color, and I just wanted to remind us that people of color is not a thing. That is there's no monolith. We don't, there is differentiation, and I just, wanted to make sure that we are very mindful of always differentiating race and ethnicity to ensure that we are meeting our communities where they are and recognizing that they're not a monolith, and even within a specific in ethnicity and racial group. And so just to clarify the comment around mental disorders and people of color, actually, according to the National Center for, or National Institute of Health, their latest report mentions that, and again, this reporting is what it is, but Asians have the lowest prevalence at 23%, Black people at 37, Latinos 38.8, and white people at 45.6. So again, just wanting us to be very mindful, and if anything, it just kind of lets us know that I have some curiosities around the racial and ethnic groups that were contacted, and just that comment. As far as the particular questions, all of my questions are satisfied, and I really appreciate this effort, especially given some of the issues we've seen with the cannabis industry here. Thank you.
Thanks. Lauren, did you have a follow-up? And then back to Tara.
I was just wondering how this various setbacks compare to setbacks for other things like alcohol.
Yeah, good question. So we did look at our zoning code for some analogous setbacks. So we looked at a number of different distances. For the 300-foot distance, group homes are held to that 300-foot. There's also a thing in the land use code that if outdoor seating for a restaurant is within 300 feet, it has to go through a conditional use review. We're just trying to find some, analogs. With 500 feet, there's a liquor store distance requirement of 500 feet. Same for outdoor seating for restaurants in parks. There's a sales and rentals of vehicles and recycling centers that have a 500-foot distance. So, rather than coming up with a bunch of different distances, we're kind of looking at what we already have in the code.
Thank you.
Tara?
I remember Tina sent a hotline recently, and I think she asked for a map that of 1,000 feet from junior high schools and high schools only. Is that correct? Do you know?
I can pull that up.
Yeah. So taking out the child care centers, right?
Oh, you know what? I'll do it. If I can put it into my presentation to make it show up. There we go.
Right, and you did send that to us through email and in the hotline this
Mm-hmm.
afternoon, right? And so here is the map with the 1,000-foot, and that's just around middle and high schools, right?
That's right.
Tara, does that answer your question? Okay. Lauren?
Okay. I was also, so those setbacks that you just listed, are those for child care centers as well, or were those for the 300 and 500 foot setbacks that we have in our existing code?
Those maps show childcare in other schools as well, not just the middle and high school.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Can you Yes. No, in our zoning code, when we, for instance, with the sale of liquor, have setbacks, is that also from childcare centers, or are those setbacks just from middle schools and high schools and things of that nature?
That I'm not aware of.
I mean, I think I can answer, which is that no, it does not include childcare facilities, because if you look at that map, there are liquor stores close to all those little bubbles. But please look it up. Keep me honest.
The mayor knows our city. For the record, the mayor knows our city intimately well. Well done.
Please no comment about just the liquor stores. I'm just ask me about grocery stores. I could do the same thing. I promise.
Red is on. Good evening, Council. Joel Wagner, Interim Chief Financial Officer. So I think I can provide a little bit of clarification, but I will follow up. So marijuana facilities, the 1,000-foot restriction is inclusive of childcare facilities, but liquor is...
Carl.
It's Carl's fault, not my fault. Liquor is just schools, principal campuses of college, university. So
I knew it.
The mayor
Okay.
for the win.
Yeah, all right, thanks. Thanks for the clarification. Anyway, moving on. Does that answer everybody's questions? Great. Nope, Tina, you got a quick follow-up, and then we'll go to the public hearing.
Yeah, I hesitate a little bit to compare the healing centers with alcohol and marijuana, because the alcohol and marijuana have a strong recreational component, whereas the natural healing substance we're looking more at as a medical application. So I'm not sure I want to draw that comparison. However, have the dispensaries struggled with the 1,000-foot setback with all of the different facilities? Have we heard that feedback consistently? If we're going to think about it that way.
I don't know that we have a definitive answer. I know we have experienced that some dispensaries, if there's a license expiration or closure or something like that, and a child care facility has moved in, then they're excluded from that. So there are several that have been grandfathered and that are in there, but if that facility closes or expires for some reason, then it would kind of close that window on that area. Does that answer the question?
Okay, thanks. And with that, we'll go to the public hearing. I understand that Charles Leaf and Eric Castro have withdrawn, and our other speakers have gone virtual. So we have 3 virtual speakers. They are Natasha Poinsat, Nicole Lusso, and Ken Weingart. You each have 3 minutes to speak.
Hello. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Are you hearing me?
Yes.
I don't know if I can. Okay, great, wonderful. Thank you. My name is Tasha Poinsett. I was born and raised in Boulder, and I now serve as the Colorado Director of the Healing Advocacy Fund, which is a nonprofit working to support the successful implementation of the state-regulated psilocybin therapy programs in both Oregon and Colorado. So I've been closely involved in the public process to develop rules for the program over the past 2 years, focused on supporting safety, quality of care, affordability, and access. I'm speaking tonight primarily to thank council and staff for your thoughtful approach to this issue, taking time to learn about it and gather input. As I think you've become aware through this process and may have already known as well, a growing body of research at respected institutions like Johns Hopkins, UCLA, and NYU has found that psilocybin can be effective for hard to treat conditions, including anxiety, depression, and PTSD. Over the past several years, I have worked on this policy in Colorado. I have heard stories and testimonies that have convinced me of the profound potential of psilocybin therapy to provide hope and healing to those who are suffering. I've spoken with combat veterans who were very close to taking their own lives, young adults who were previously addicted to methamphetamine, alcohol, and opioids in and out of rehab and jail, therapists who have told me that they can hardly believe the transformation they've seen in some of their clients. For many people, psilocybin has been the only thing that has helped after years or even decades of trying other options, including various forms of therapy and a litany of pharmaceutical medications. I want to be clear that although psilocybin mushrooms do seem to have antidepressant effects, healing in relationship with psilocybin is best understood as a process, not a cure. And improvement with this modality usually requires dedication and a lot of hard work, ideally working with someone who can offer support and compassionate care. So, psilocybin therapies are perhaps best understood as opening the door for positive change, not an inevitability of improvement. Having contributed to the statewide regulations over the past 2 years, I do believe they are quite comprehensive, and I appreciate Council's focus on decreasing barriers to affordable access. I also think that waiving the setback from daycare is the right policy because this is a supervised adult use program. And what we've seen, especially in Oregon, is that there are a lot of challenges in getting these businesses up and running, especially because of the barriers created by federal illegality, as well as just kind of the intensive nature and time requirement for a modality of care that's not, at least initially, going to be covered by insurance. So, really appreciate that you all have thought carefully about how you can reduce the barriers to this and make it accessible in Boulder. And yes, just thank you for your work on this.
Thanks. Now we have Nicole Lasau and then Ken Weingart.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you so much. I'd like to second the things that Tasha was saying. I believe very much in these modalities, and I also believe that the setback is not necessary. As a mother resident in Boulder, I also have several kids in BVSD schools in elementary and middle school, and I find that there will be no issue specifically because of these regulations and how they were designed to really just help people and create access for people. It won't be seen anywhere, by the kids, by anyone that's really not involved in the actual healing itself in the healing centers and also with the light manufacturing. So I also just want to say thank you so much for really deeply considering this situation.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Ken Weingart.
Mayor, I do not see Ken online tonight.
All right, that brings our public hearing to a close then. So I'll bring it back to council for discussion. What I've been hearing is maybe some interest in this question about setbacks from childcare and school facilities. No other key topics have come up that I have heard of. So I wonder if people want to address the question of those setbacks so we can come to a council decision on that. Tina, you want to put something out?
Yes, I am interested in the setback of removing the early child care centers, but we also, I also had a request to think about a setback from recovery centers and shelters from one of the people operating a shelter here. And I think the issue is when marijuana started, it first started as medical marijuana and then had recreational marijuana. And we're in a similar situation that we have the healing center where we have a medical application of psilocybin, but then we simultaneously have a pretty robust recreational distribution system where you can grow your own and distribute it with or without a paid for service. And I think my concern is the regulations, I think, from the state are fantastic. But at the same time, because I don't have a sense yet of what the signage is going to look like around the healing center, whether people are going to be compliant with the advertising regulations of the state, my personal preference is to take a cautious approach, see how it goes, and for the current time, do the two things. One is the setback, including schools that are K through 12, but also looking at the shelters and the current addiction centers. And the reason for that is just it's confusing for young people when we're talking about mushrooms as a healing. And this is what happened with marijuana. Marijuana was medical marijuana, and then we made it legal and recreational. And I think young people had a difficult time. And if you recall, many of us in the Boulder Valley School District as parents led an effort to remove vapes because there was a lot of confusion around that. And then we had unfortunately, neither of these efforts have come with commensurate increases in mental health treatment from the state or funding, nor is there a robust public education awareness campaign to have better clarification. I found the Need to Know brochure published by the state to be deficient at best. So my hope is that we start slightly cautiously and then see how it goes. Now, I'm seeing that we're not actually going to be as cautious if we do that, but because other people in recovery that are young might have the similar confusion, I would like us to consider that as well. I think it would be quite minimal. And
Do you
that was
mind if
very
I-
long, and I'm sorry about that.
Lots of us speak for that long, so Tina, you get a chance every once in a while. If I can ask a follow-up question to that, so the state legislation does not mention addiction recovery centers or shelters. Is that something that we are allowed to add in?
I think the city could create regulations like that. The way we've set up the waiver of the requirements the state enabled us, we included them in the definition because it really changes the state's laws. If we adopt a change to apply a distance requirement to shelters and addiction recovery facilities, I think that would be a different change. We probably would have to create a special use standard for that and change the use table so it would be a much more comprehensive change in what the ordinance looks like.
Okay, so not impossible, it would take some work.
Correct.
Council responses to what we've heard so far, Nicole?
Yeah, I think just based on the feedback that we've gotten from folks, I would be most interested in decreasing the regulatory barriers that are going to increase the cost of services for those who are interested in this service. So I would be most favoring not having any setbacks. I think when medical marijuana started, it wasn't with supervised use. It was more that people would get a prescription and they would take it to a place where they would get that prescription and then use on their own. This is supervised use in a medical office. And so I am comfortable and with licensed practitioners. So I would be comfortable with not having any setbacks. I feel like much of what kids see that is influencing their perspectives on marijuana and other substances, it comes from online. And so I'm not sure what's going to be kind of seen. Many kids and actually adults too, a lot of the time they are walking around, they're looking at their phones anyway. So I don't see this as being something that is going to put kids at risk. And so I would be comfortable, given that I don't think there's going to be that many of these in our community anyway, given that even not having setbacks, there aren't a ton of additional spaces that we have available and certainly not in affordable. Anyway, so I would be comfortable with not having any setbacks.
Tara?
I think we should have the setbacks at the junior high school and the high school level. I was studying, looking up, Googling some of the news reports in the past couple of years in regards to psilocybins, and there were two kids that overdosed, two kids in middle school that overdosed. A drug dealer gave them a group of middle school children, gave it to them, not on a phone, but gave it to them at a middle school, and two of them overdosed, and that was in El Paso County. And then we, of course, know about the ones that happened here. I'm just going to pull them because why not? I'll just pull each one. We had the 15-year-old boy, of course, whose name is James O'Neill, who fell 145 feet from the crane on the construction site that was sold, that was given the mushrooms. But we also have, I don't know if you remember this, but a few years ago, there was an 18-year-old man, I guess man, not boy, that was on 30th Street. I don't know if you'll remember this. He had like some sort of a breakdown in the middle of 30th Street, and he bit people and he strangled some people, and he said that he was also on mushrooms at the time. So, and then there was this other case recently, naked CU student high on mushrooms restrained from the Flatirons. That was actually in 2013. Some of those took place at schools, though. And so I think that we need to think about protecting the kids as the most important, one of our most important jobs. And so that's why I feel like we should keep those setbacks. I mean, I want to honor the voters and how they feel about mushrooms. would disagree, but that's a done deal. But at least we can protect the children who really cannot. Most of the articles about mushrooms had to do with kids that were 21 years old or less that weren't able to handle it and either overdosed or killed themselves or had a breakdown or whatever. So.
Thanks. I got Mark and then Taisha.
Yeah, I want to echo what Tina and Tara have said. I think we're best off taking a conservative approach, maintaining the setbacks. It's very difficult to put the toothpaste back in the tube. If we find that things are going swimmingly and we want to reduce those setbacks, we're free to do it at a later time. I think if we eliminate the setbacks now, it will be very difficult to reestablish them. And so I think doing this in a thoughtful and conservative fashion, let's have some experience with some of these establishments before we talk about reducing setbacks. And I agree with Tara. Our first responsibility is not to promote a particular business, it's to protect kids. And whether this hurts the business side of it in the near term, I don't know, but that's not our job. Our job is to protect the most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thanks, Taisha.
Thank you so much. I just want to be very cautious about the comparisons because I feel like there's some, apples to orange comparison. So when we're talking about what we are talking about tonight is highly regulated, supervised. All of the examples given previously by my colleagues have been unsupervised by felons in places that are not in medical facilities or healing centers. And so it's very important that if we're going to use data, that we're mindful about the comparisons that we're making. I can honor and obviously am concerned about any deaths of anyone and children in particular. But again, the cases and incidences that you've brought up do not align with the regulations that are being proposed. And so, therefore, I am supportive of the staff recommendations that are being proposed right now. And again, as somebody who has been in the education profession since 1995, I too care about children. And I want them to have parents and caregivers who are not having to deal with anxiety and PTSD and all of the other medical evidence that has been provided, as well as the traditional ecological knowledge. Again, we recently celebrated Indigenous Peoples Day and love to talk about our Indigenous work. And this is an opportunity for us, again, to model that we are willing to not only acknowledge the power and wisdom of our Indigenous and tribal leaders, but also that, again, many of the medical prescriptions that we have that are administered in our hospitals and in our medical centers are derivatives of natural medicine. So I, again, want to honor and remember and remind us all of actually Rockefeller's efforts to destroy the natural medicine industry and thus proliferate chemical and the pharmaceutical drug industry. So I'm absolutely very supportive of this work. I am hopeful that, and again, although I appreciate the go slow to go far, we're not the first. And the other piece is why would we be delaying and prohibiting access to something that is medically proven to be effective in treating mental health, which we have all mentioned in one way or another the lack of medical health services. And again, this is a evidence-based and state mandated requirement now. And so I am fully supportive of making sure that we are high on enforcement. And if anything, the concerns around anybody 21 and younger, I am actually interested in what we are going to do on the non-authorized, right, the home grown, and that aspect is something that I would be willing to have a conversation around, related to the comments provided earlier by my colleagues. But as it relates to the structure format, that is in no way similar to what has been shared thus far related to those underneath the age of 21, at this time. Let me see if there's anything else. No, thank you so much.
Okay, thanks, Taisha. If we can get through our current council members. So what I would just ask is my remaining colleagues to maybe just really briefly address whether you would like to see setbacks, and if so, from what facilities. And so look to remaining colleagues so we can get to the will council. I saw Lauren. Sure.
Thank you. I really appreciated our planning board's thoughtful discussion on this, and for me, that really swayed my thinking on this one. And so I would support the definition as has been brought forward by staff. Thank you.
Staff, can you clarify what your recommendation is?
The recommendation is the planning board recommendation, so allowing the addiction recovery facility and natural medicine facilities to have overnight stays, as well as waiving the distance requirement.
Okay, thanks for that.
Yeah, the ordinance reflects the waiver of the 1,000-foot distance.
Terry, you wanted to finish your previous thought real quick?
I also thought that Tina had a good thought when it came to the shelters. But I can't remember, or perhaps I misunderstood. What did we decide on that? Can we ask for that as well?
It's possible, but it would take a fair amount of work on staff's part.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to go with staff's recommendation. I think just a couple words. This is an evidence-based therapy that is shown to have transformational health benefits in a society that has a lot of needs. We have a lot of behavioral health traumas and other issues that we need to work on. And this is something that is a medical, done by it's a medical therapy done by licensed professionals. And so I don't see the comparison that closely with some of the other recreational substances. What I do see a comparison with is other conversations we've had about trying to reduce business regulations that stand in the way of getting things done. So I'm supportive of the staff recommendation.
So you want to go ahead, Matt, and then I'll call myself.
Yeah, I appreciate hearing everybody's thoughts and comments on this. I think, and there are some really good arguments on both sides. I think finding a middle ground is certainly appropriate. I like to sort of find that split. I think I'm going to land at being interested in just middle school and high schools, but getting rid of, because I think having them was too restrictive. But when you open up those child care centers, I think there's more than enough space for this industry to get going in our community, and we can sort of see how it goes. I think Nicole's right. We're not going to see that many, but there's plenty of space for those few to get going, and then we can always loosen the reins as we get going. But I think there's a ripe environment if we get rid of the child centers for this industry to get established and get going and do the good that it's intended to do.
I'll call on myself, and yeah, I mean, I really appreciate what everybody has been saying tonight. I'm going to come in around where Matt is here to say that I feel like the initial full set of restrictions were too restrictive, but for the border around middle and high schools, which are young people who are cognizant of these issues, and so there might be some effect on them from having something right next door. So I might actually suggest a 500-foot border like we currently have for alcohol from those schools. But I would keep it to just middle and high schools. So we're a little bit all over the map here. I think I've heard from 4 people who would like no setbacks whatsoever. I've heard from, I think 3 people who would like either the full setbacks as previously proposed or adding in additional facilities like okay, do you want to clarify?
I think I'm fine with the 500, but I would do K through 12. And the reason is it's not that big of a difference, but we have some K through 8s. And I think that would just be cleaner. And I think when I spoke with Tasha, who spoke, it was really just the child care center that was the issue, not so much the K through 12.
If I can respond there with the, if it were middle and high school, it would also include K through 8 schools.
It would, but it might be more confusing, but.
Or can I turn to staff? Like if we did middle and high school, would it be clear that that included schools that had a middle school component?
I think we would just have to update the definition to refer to whatever you want the distance from, so that could be done.
Okay, so I've got, continuing, a couple of people wanted more significant setbacks, maybe 3, but you're wanting K through 12 rather than just middle and high school with the 500. So we've got a couple things on the table here.
I will also just make a comment that I find it really interesting that public health is not here at the table with us. And I hope that for a future conversation, we're talking to people who work every day with children and with some of their behaviors, the risk behaviors and the youth risk assessment tests. I'm struggling a little bit that we are making these decisions and making assumptions about how teens behave. And hope that public health can at some point take a stronger role in the state's license.
All right, so Mark, did you want to throw in a quick additional thought?
Yeah, just in the spirit of compromise, if we did the K through 12 at 500 feet, I could sign on to that.
Okay, we got some willingness to consider that. Yeah, Lauren?
I was just wondering, Carl, would that change the map that we have of the schools if we go K through 12, or is that the map that you're showing comprehensive of that in the 500-foot distance?
These maps show childcare facilities, so obviously if it was just K through 12, some of those would drop off. Obviously there's a lot of childcare facilities on the map. If you zoom in, you can actually see the little icons of what's a school or what's a childcare facility.
Thank you.
So, and Nicole?
I just if we just want to go with middle and high schools, I think that is something I can be comfortable with. I'm not going to die on this hill. But one thing I do just want to draw to our attention within just sort of research on this topic, there is some research emerging, of course, around the use of psilocybin in treatment, and as there always is at the beginning, there's, you will find some people who say, yes, it helps, and some people who say, no, it's not really that big of a deal. But where we have really no research is on the way that policymakers like us influence people's behaviors with the policies that we make. And I think that's just a really important point for us to hold. And it is a little bit of a subtle one, but what we're doing right now is new ground. I think Oregon has, a little bit of this here, but, we're talking about multiple levels of things that haven't been studied yet. How a policy like this is going to influence youth behavior, how it's going to change based on where the treatment centers are and things like that. And it's so important for us to think about where there is no research on how policy influences people's behaviors. Just to kind of keep that in mind. I think we can all have our own ideas about what may happen, but really there is very little out there to guide us.
Okay, point taken. So I wonder if obviously we don't have full consensus here. I wonder if somebody might put a motion on the table and we could start, voting on things. People could make an amendment to the motion if they wanted. Tina?
I'd like to move that we amend the ordinance to do a 500 setback from K through 12 schools, and that we study a setback from shelters and addiction recovery.
I think you're going to want to move this.
Oh, do I have to move the whole thing and then amend? Oh, someone else has to move it because then I can't vote against.
Go ahead, Lauren.
I'll take you up on that. I move that we adopt Emergency Measure Ordinance 8665, amending Title IX Land Use Code BRC 1981 to implement Senate Bill 23290 and locally permit natural medicine businesses defined in the state bill as natural medicine healing centers, cultivation, production, and testing facilities, and setting forth related details.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Yep. Okay, Taisha got in there for the second. Okay, and just to be clear, this is with the staff recommendation with no setbacks from educational facilities. And overnight, and also includes the overnight component. Okay, so we got a motion on a second and a second on that. Tina?
Then can I offer an amendment?
Oh, you could.
Okay, great. I'd like to amend Ordinance 8665 to remove the language in the sentence that says without a setback from the different school types, and just limit the school type, or to remove early childhood or child care centers, and then to change the setback to 500 feet.
So that would have the effect of K through 12 schools at 500 feet. Okay. Yes, Hella.
Just to clarify, I think the amendment you want to do is to delete out of the second sentence the reference to middle, junior, or high school.
Correct, and I was throwing in elementary, although I think it's on the table.
Yes. And this would change. The motion is a little bit confusing because the first motion was a motion to adopt. But if you end up amending the ordinance, then it would have to go to third reading, and it would be a motion to amend on second reading.
Right, okay. But thanks for that clarification, Hella. But we've gotten it to where Tina asked for it about the including K through 12 schools, but not child care facilities. And 500 feet. Carla, clarifying question.
So Hella, did I hear you correctly that making any change to the proposed motion nullifies our ability to pass anything on emergency tonight?
Yeah, we have to publish the ordinance how it's adopted in final form for 10 days. So if we make an amendment, it would be an amendment on second reading, and then we would bring it back, I think, on January 9th for a third reading. And we would again propose to adopt it on emergency, but it might be good for you all to check in if you have the votes to adopt it on emergency. Otherwise, we could bring it back as a regular ordinance then.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have an amendment as described. So then what we will do is vote on the amendment, and then depending on how that vote goes, we'll vote on the original motion, either as the original or as amended, depending on the success of the amendment vote.
I don't have a second.
You haven't had, thank you for pointing that out. Do we have a second? Mark's got a second. Did you have a clarifying thing, Nicole? No, just, it's okay. Okay, so we'll do a vote on Tina's amendment, and I believe this would be a show of hands for an amendment. Okay, so all in favor of Tina's amendment? I got 5. So that amendment is successful. So then we can go to the main motion. Did you want to say something?
Well, I was going to ask if I could make an amendment.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. If you want to make
I was wondering if we could take out the elementary and just have, because you two had talked about middle school and high school. And so I was wondering if we could consider that as an option, just open up slightly more spaces.
Sure. So you want to move that we, help us out here, that we remove from Tina's amendment
elementary
K through 5.
Remind me, did you vote on Tina's amendment yet?
We did. It was successful in a 5-4 vote.
Okay, then you would move to amend the motion to relist elementary schools.
Oh, to relist. Okay, so I said it wrong. Okay, so.
Do you want to state that then, Nicole?
Yes, yeah. So then I would move to relist elementary schools.
Yeah.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Mark, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, I'm a little unclear. You said relist elementary schools? What's the impact of your proposal?
Yeah, so basically, what I was trying to get to was what Matt and Aaron had initially suggested as a compromise place where it wasn't all schools, but rather middle and high schools, just middle and high schools. So there would be a 500 setback from middle and high schools. Would be the function of this, I think, to, you know, the same point about the daycare centers and others that some kids are going to be too young to sort of process or notice.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Nicole's motion would remove setbacks from elementary schools. Okay, so, and it had a second from Ryan. So all in favor of that amendment, raise your hand. I got 6 for that. Okay, so that motion is successful, that amendment motion. Does anybody else want to make a different amendment that we haven't considered yet before we go to the vote on the main motion?
I feel like this is just like a Bill song from Schoolhouse Rock of all the amendments. Do you any remember that one? I do.
Will the bill become a law? We'll find out. Okay, seeing none, then we're going to go for a vote on the main motion. Do we need to restate it now since it's got an amendment?
There's so many.
If I may propose to read the language that I propose, it'll include a little bit more of a change just to make it match with the state law. And under that, the second sentence would read, in the city of Boulder, a building where natural medicine services are provided may be located within 500 feet of a child care center, preschool, elementary school, or a residential child care facility. This is a variation from the distance restrictions established in CRS 44-50-302 1D1. The distance shall be computed as established in CRS 44-50-302 1D2.
Would somebody like to move Hella's language?
I move Hella's language.
Second.
Okay, so, but help me out here because we were coming back to an original main motion, but now we just had a new motion. So do we have to withdraw the initial motion in order to consider the exact language?
I think you could
gave us?
just amend it, move to amend it that the second sentence reads.
To move to amend the main motion.
Mm-hmm.
So
I would like to move to amend my motion to include what Hella just read as the second sentence.
very good. Okay, so
Second.
Chris.
I'm gonna propose an alternate course of action tonight.
Okay. Yes, we're getting a little tangled up here.
We are, and the state's not likely to start issuing licenses on January 1st, and so we could go to a third reading, and so we could use a nod of 5 to get council's direction to have the ordinance exactly how you want it, and then we can take our time and prepare it using that direction rather than amending amendments tonight and trying to get it all right here on the fly. And I'm just really worried that something's going to get mixed and messed up. And so I would propose that we do a nod of 5 to get council's direction to get the ordinance exactly how you all would like it to be. And then we can come back on a third reading early next year.
I love the way you're thinking, Chris. So would we give you a nod of 5, but would we continue, though, the hearing tonight? Or would we just...
You could continue it and we could come back with a written amendment, but at that point in time, we would still have to go to a third reading. So it would add a couple more meetings, essentially, if we don't draft the language tonight.
Okay. So in other words, we will take no formal action tonight, but we will give you a nod of 5 to bring back a revised ordinance as the majority of council requested.
Yes.
Love it. Okay. Yep. Lauren?
Could that revised ordinance be on consent?
I'm thinking.
I think in the past, if the public hearing has been continued, it's rescheduled on public hearing, not on consent, but there is not a public hearing.
Yeah, I guess, okay, it feels like there's 2 different possibilities for us to go forward. We could, well, there's more than that, but the ones that I'm hearing are continuing this portion of this meeting, but I feel like Chris was potentially suggesting something else, which was not continuing it, but bringing it back. And so that's what I was wondering with the bringing it back, if it could be brought back just on consent.
And I think we often bring those back under consent once we've attained the will of council.
Yes, so that would be my advice tonight.
Okay, great. So then I guess what I would ask would then be a nod of 5 to direct city staff to craft an updated ordinance based on what the majority of council asked for a few minutes ago. Is that good enough, or do I need to restate it? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good point. But let me ask that question.
I just want to make sure that staff understands the direction of council in terms of what exactly the ordinance should look like, and so I think it's worth spending some time to make sure that's clear.
I'll restate that. But first, do you want to withdraw your motion, Lauren?
Yes, I would like to withdraw my motion.
Okay, that having been done, then what we'd look for is a nod of 5 to bring back a revised ordinance that would impose a 500-foot boundary only from middle and high school educational facilities. Clear enough?
That sounds very clear.
Okay, can I get a show of hands to see if there's a nod of 5 for this? I got 9 on that. Okay. That was a little messy, but thanks everybody for getting through the discussion. I feel like we got to a will of council, so that's good. All right, Carl and team, thanks for all your work on this. We'll look forward to seeing that revised ordinance. All right, we got one more formal agenda item left, and I'll just note we're a little bit behind schedule, but this is a very important item, so we want to give it its full measure, but also keep in mind that we are a little behind schedule. So Elisha, if we can go to that item 6A, please.
All right, so thank you. And our next and final item for tonight is item 6A from matters from the city manager, and it is the Climate Action Plan update.
Thank you so much, Mayor and members of council. The next item is one of those council priorities you snuck in there at the last minute, council priority number 11. And thankfully, we have an amazing staff that's getting organized here that really is being thoughtful about what we're doing with all things climate. And so as we talk about an update to the Climate Action Plan, I will pass it over to our Climate Initiatives Director, Jonathan Cohen.
Right there. There we go. Go. Thank you, Nuria. Good evening. Well, our mayor disappeared. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Jonathan Cohen with Climate Initiatives. As we get settled up here, I'm going to just provide some opening remarks. It's been an interesting evening, so it's not lost on me that this is the last council presentation of 2024, which also means that we stand between you and your recess. So let me introduce some of the team who you're going to be hearing from tonight. I think many of you know Yael Gashan with the Climate Initiatives Department. I also want to introduce Kate Galbo, who's our Senior Data Analyst. And I will just say, tonight is Kate's first time in front of City Council, so please be nice. We really, really like her. Also joining tonight, you can see we have Carolyn Elam and Brett Kincairn from the department joining tonight too, and also online virtually. We have a huge number of folks from multiple departments that are ready to jump in if we need a phone a friend moment. And that's really because I think you've heard me say to council before, climate action is not the sole responsibility of one department. And I just really want to appreciate and acknowledge the amazing work that's going on across all of the departments. And we're really seeing climate champions really emerge, and each department really becoming experts in climate in their own right. So I really want to acknowledge the hard work that's been going on. You're going to hear more about that in the coming months, but I would just really want to appreciate that. And then to the community members that are watching tonight, we are here, in fact, to talk about the next generation of our climate action plan. And the we is us, the climate, the community, the Boulder community. We would not be here if not for the commitment of our residents, our businesses, our city leadership, and of course our elected officials past and current. So really want to appreciate where we are today, and this is really an important milestone, I think, for our department and for our community. So let me just if you are all ready, I'm going to jump in. As a quick reminder, and as Neria pointed out, this was one of the priorities that Council identified in your retreat earlier this year. As luck would have it, our department was already in the process of working on a refresh of the Climate Action Plan, which was last updated in 2021, so it's very timely and I think a really important piece that then will inform a lot of the other processes that are underway, particularly the Boulder Valley Comp Plan and other processes in terms of updates to major strategic plans that are in existence within the city organization. So tonight we're really here to talk about what this update is, what it isn't, and to highlight some of the areas of emphasis for the update. Because this is a touch point with council, we do have some high-level questions that we'll come back to near the end of the presentation to get some feedback and guidance from council. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. I won't take council on a detailed journey of our updates to the CAP, but hit some of the learnings since the original CAP was updated or adopted in 2006. And yes, some of us were here in 2006 for that original adoption. First was the real importance of shifting from city-centric action to addressing systemic change. In other words, what we do here in Boulder does matter, but climate change, of course, is a planet-wide challenge, and we know we have years, not decades. So our approach needs to acknowledge both individual and collective action, but also we need to focus on changing systems. And Yael is going to talk a lot about what that looks like in the update here shortly. Over time, we've also continued to update our science-based emission reduction targets to match what we describe as the speed and scale of what's needed, and integrate equity and resilience in climate action in addition to focusing on reducing emissions. And like I mentioned, the last update, as you see on the right side of the screen, was to our targets in 2021. So we can go to the next slide. So the intention is to really think about a refined approach to our climate action work here locally. And so our plan is, of course, to make the CAP an accessible summary of our goals, our targets, our ongoing strategies, and the pathways to achieve our climate objectives. It's also intended to more directly integrate climate resilience and equity outcomes and really refresh some of our existing targets and priority work plan items. I want to stress this is not a complete rewrite of our strategies. I think there's been some confusion in the community that we're kind of blowing it up and starting from scratch, and that's not what we are doing. We've been at this a long time as a community, and we have a good sense of the areas that are effective. So this update is intended to not replace, but really build on what's been effective in the past. I also want to make clear this is not a departure from a focus on emission reductions. I think there's been some rumor that somehow we're really shifting directions, and that's not the case. Over the past year, we have really spent a lot of time expanding on the way we measure impact to not only include our quantitative progress in terms of emissions, but also start to look at the qualitative benefits of local climate action. So our impact report that we launched last year was a way to really bring in some of those value-based impacts. So the plan will absolutely continue to focus on reducing community-wide emissions, and the overarching target of climate or carbon neutrality continues to be driven by what science says is necessary. So next slide. Okay, so as much as I would love to spend all of this evening talking about progress and emissions, we're not going to do that. We're not going to deep dive on emissions, but I have to just take a moment to celebrate the success and the progress that we made as a community. We released our most recent greenhouse gas inventory last month, which shows we are making steady progress in reducing emissions since we started conducting emission inventories back in 2008. We do one each year and we release our inventory so we can track that progress. In 2023, it's very hard to see on this graph, but hopefully you all had a chance to look at the report. In 2023, emissions were 24% below our 2018 baseline and 41% from our original 2005 baseline. So what that means is that we're reducing emissions roughly 5% annually year over year, which of course is steady, but below the progress or pace that's necessary, which we have targeted to be around 7% annually. That said, I want to acknowledge this is tremendous progress. It really is, and our community should be incredibly proud of this. The update to the cap is going to reflect the speed and scale and the urgency of how we make sure we're hitting the pace and the stride that we need, and that we're delivering the greatest impact in the least amount of time in terms of the strategies that are identified. So I really encourage anyone that's watching at home to spend some time with our latest inventory if you haven't seen it. It really explains our emissions trends. It starts to forecast where some of our headwinds really lie. In other words, if you like data, you will love the document. It's really fabulous. Next slide. This will be the last one for me. So the key updates that we're making in this update to the plan. First, the update's going to include a more robust resilience section with a summary of key climate risks and a new overarching goal for resilience. We described it as a design principle. We really feel that we need to elevate resilience and equity to having specific goals and targets. This does include an added focus on water and the connection to water and the connection to food. It doesn't mean that we are going to go super deep, but we need to draw those important connections, as you heard from one of our speakers earlier this evening. Second, while equity has been a priority in all of our climate work, we're going to be introducing a new equity goal, just as I said, to bring it to that elevation of some of our mitigation targets. CIL is going to talk more about that. Third, the CAP update is going to continue to emphasize achieving systems-based changes in addition to supporting those individual actions. My comment from earlier speaks to that. Fourth, Kate is going to talk about this new and what I believe is a really exciting way to map across the city organization, taking a look at some of those priority plans that are already in existence and some of the key strategies and how they connect with the CAP. And that's really going to help our department align our strategic framework. And last thing I want to say, I think Council saw with this week's hotline exchange with Councilmember Schuhard and comments reflected by some of our earlier speakers. This update's really going to link our current and future land use and transportation policies more deliberately. So with that, I want to hand the mic over to Kate to take us a little bit to a deeper level, and I will join you when we get back to the questions for Council. Thanks.
Thanks, Jonathan, and good evening, Mayor and members of the Council. As mentioned, this plan will have an enhanced focus on climate adaptation and resilience, which is really in response to the accelerating pace of climate change that we're now seeing today.
I'm sorry, do you mind introducing yourself for the record?
Oh, yep. Kate Galvo, Senior Sustainability Data Analyst with Climate Initiatives. And it's also in recognition of the critical role that local governments play in prioritizing community health, well-being, and safety. So I'm going to walk through what some of these updates will look like and how we're prioritizing adaptation and resilience in this plan. One important new feature in this CAP will be a comprehensive summary of localized climate risks, both in an effort to educate the community on what we can expect to see, but also to set an understanding of what we need to adapt to as a community. We now have access to a range of data sources and tools that allow us to understand and map local climate risks. Over the past couple of years, city staff have worked with the county and modeling experts to downscale global climate models to Boulder's local conditions. So we now have a better understanding of historic, current, and projected frequency of climate-related risks. This is really important because this allows us to have a good understanding of what climate change will look like locally. Many cities don't have or have to rely on state or even global climate models to do this work. So this allows us to have more locally appropriate climate interventions. Here's some examples of some of the localized data we've been able to extract from these tools. When you compare the historic, current, and projected conditions, the changes are pretty striking. So some examples, days over 95 degrees have doubled and are expected to double again by 2030. High fire risk days have gone from 16 days per year historically to 116 days currently, and could reach over 200 days, which is almost 2/3 of the year by 2050. So this info really underscores the significance of climate change on community health and well-being and the importance of managing these impacts locally. Recognizing that climate resilience extends beyond the scope of just one department, this update will lay the foundation for really strong collaboration across the city organization on climate resilience. Our department has undertaken a collaborative cross-departmental mapping exercise to showcase the great work that's already being done across the city in this area. The graphic on the right side of the screen is an example from Vancouver's climate adaptation strategy that we're using as a model for this exercise to identify existing city action plans that relate to climate resilience and map them to the relevant climate risk that they address. These next two slides are meant to illustrate our initial efforts at identifying and mapping these plans. We've selected 6 key climate risk areas to structure this exercise. So heat, wildfire, drought, extreme weather, flooding, and air quality. This is still a work in progress, so we're in the process of coordinating across the city to update and refine this list. So I won't go into each one, but you can kind of get an idea of the scale and breadth of city functions addressing climate resilience from the city's work focused on water with the water efficiency plan and drought plan to urban forestry and open space management. This is a continuation from the previous slide. We've also identified several overarching plans that tie in across climate risk, like the city's sustainability, equity, and resilience framework, the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, and our local landscape and building codes. I do want to emphasize that this CAP will not be duplicating efforts, so the water-focused strategies will still remain in the water efficiency plan or the drought plan, but we're intending for this exercise to enable the CAP to serve as a guiding document for the city's climate action objectives. So, for example, as the utilities department updates their water plan next year, they can use the CAP as a guide to weave climate action into that plan. So I'll hand it over to Yael to talk about centering equity in climate action.
Good evening, Mayor, members of Council. Yael Gishan. I'm a Principal Project Manager in Climate Initiatives. As Kate mentioned, I'm going to start off talking about the centering of equity in this Climate Action Plan update. So this plan does have an even more enhanced equity focus. As Jonathan mentioned, in 2017, our climate commitment document was really the introduction of the just transition in climate action work. And our 2021 update of the Climate Action Plan, staff presented equity design principles that guided the development of the goals and targets and proposed that these principles continue to guide our climate initiatives strategic planning. And these equity principles that were presented in 2021 still ring true today, and they're listed on the slide here. All interested parties involved from the beginning. The results of programs and policies have equitable distribution of benefits and burdens, funding allocations correct for historically excluded groups, and addressing and reducing burdens imposed on future generations. In this CAP update, the central design elements of equity and climate justice will continue to be brought to the forefront of the goals, targets, and strategic planning. We will also be introducing a new overarching climate equity goal statement, and we aim to leverage this CAP update to bring attention to the various ways in which we integrate these equity principles into our work. Some examples underway include setting a local Justice 40 target and continuing to use our racial equity instrument as we unroll new strategies, programs, and policies. So I want to spend a little bit of time talking about Justice 40 because it's something that we have been exploring locally here. It's a federal government policy that was initiated. It's actually a tool that was initiated by the Biden administration with the goal that 40% of funding goes to in the overall benefits of certain federal climate, clean energy, affordable and sustainable housing, and other investments flow to historically excluded communities that are marginalized by underinvestment and overburdened by pollution. And so regardless of what happens federally, we'll still be working to implement these sorts of targets and goals locally. Some of the guiding principles of Justice 40 are that it's justice driven, so it's resource and focus on historically excluded communities. It's community powered, so creating systems that achieve transformational change from the bottom up. And it's accountable change, so institutionalizing practices and transparency in government. So I wanted to just share a little bit more about how locally we're looking at that. As I mentioned, we are exploring we're in the process of creating a formal target for the percentage of climate funds that go towards historically excluded community members. We do believe a good portion of our funds are already directed in this way, but creating a formal target and tracking system will align with the accountability and transparency principles in government. We've also been partnering a lot with Boulder County on studies looking at Justice 40. So we worked with a team of consultants to explore best practices and recommendations for implementing this goal locally. And from this work, we are now partnering with the county on developing a local climate equity fund that will be countywide, and it will be a mechanism to resource individuals and communities directly that have been historically excluded from formal climate solutions and work through community capacity building and inclusive climate action. So the fund will provide accessible, transparent, and inclusive funds that are dedicated to nonprofits, community groups, organized leaders, and neighborhood groups. I wanted to just highlight a few of the mapping tools, as this is something we'll also be unpacking this year as we look at developing a local target. There's a variety of mapping tools. There's a few at the federal level from the Environmental Protection Agency, the Climate and Economic Justice Social Screening tools. There's tools through the state, and we have our city's racial equity index map as well. And these tools all use various economic, socioeconomic, and environmental indicators to map in the community areas that might be historically excluded. I just wanted to call out here that there's could be some uncertainty in the socioeconomic and environmental data, particularly when we're looking at smaller geographic areas, since the tools are geographically based. And so we want to ensure that the data and the inputs track with the local context in Boulder. So part of this work item is understanding and developing criteria that defines benefits and burdens in a local Boulder context. And lastly, I just wanted to mention that we're also designing and launching tools that align with the city's climate action and community members most impacted from climate risks, which is some of the work that Kate was talking about, and that's a priority action in the city strategic plan. And we will be continuing engagement. I also wanted to call out that Ryan Hanshin is here from our Communications and Engagement Department, and they have been great partners on this continued engagement. We'll be continuing to use, as I mentioned, the racial equity instrument, and also wanted to mention the coordination with the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan and the engagement that's taking place there, and the climate and resilience and equity strategies that will be proposed through the comp plan update. So next I'm going to move to talking about our continuous focus on systems change, and I'm going to take a quick sip of water. So this slide has a lot going on, but I'm going to try to direct your attention here. So this is really a refresh of our approach that was outlined in 2021, and we just wanted to emphasize why this is still really important today. So the left side of the slide here shows the evolution of our learning and just really honing in on the idea of how we move from individual to collective to systems level change, and where we believe cities have a role in this. On that left circle there, these are areas that we believe the city is really good at. We have the opportunity to try things out, pilot them, scale them up, and replicate them. We also have opportunities to innovate at the local level and to test and adapt new strategies and policies. And then through partnerships and collaborations, we can move into really moving the needle on systems. And those four levers under the systems change column in the middle are the places where we believe those are most effective, through policy change, through changing markets, looking at knowledge and technology, and through the ability to influence culture change. The right side of the slide here is a model that we also presented in 2021 that we're continuing to use, which looks at the spheres of control, influence, and interest. And this is the concept of how we map our strategies against the places that we feel like we can actually make the most change. And so there's places where we might have, there's strategies and systems that we might have a lot of interest in, but we might not be able to actually control or influence them. And so it helps us to understand where to best focus our resources. And just wanted to share this because this is how we've mapped some of the big moves in your memo, and we'll be continuing to do that through this climate action plan update. So I just wanted to highlight some systems change efforts to date, and the ones I'm talking about are really focused on ones that are controlled through climate initiatives, and they're not necessarily the big moves that we see across the city. And as Jonathan introduced, this climate action plan, and Kate also mentioned this, is really an opportunity for us to create a guide and map what's happening across the city, but it's not necessarily all things that live in climate initiatives. And so these ones happen to be ones that we mostly live in our department, but I'll talk more about ones that go across the city as well as we move forward. So electricity grid emissions, we've seen huge systems change here, and a lot of this was really a result of our 10 years and a lot of time and energy and resources into trying to municipalize our electric utility, which would have been great for Boulder as far as emissions go, but it wouldn't have done much for the region. And now we have regional change through Excel's service territory in Colorado that is driving electricity grid emissions to be much lower across the whole region. So that was a huge systems change success. Some of the work in our high performance buildings as well with our codes is really changing our built environment, and Boulder has been a leader in that, and that's been, we're seeing a lot of collaborations and changes across the region in that as well. The next one is one that's close to my heart. I've been working a lot on the heat pump adoption. It started as a small, in that systems change pie chart, it was a small pilot program that we did a number of years ago. And fast forward to today, we're leveraging about $1 billion across the Front Range in heat pump adoption through the DRCOG $200 million, $400 million with the Clean Heat Plan. There's the state Green Bank and the Colorado Energy Office as well. So there's been huge success there in driving heat pump adoption and building electrification. Corporate accountability, some of our work with holding corporations accountable for some of the oil and gas lawsuits that we've been involved in. Work in the building materials sphere, some of our deconstruction ordinances showing really high diversion rates and a lot of success in changing those systems and how we deconstruct buildings and look at building waste. And a lot of the plastics and packaging work where the financial burden of recovering and recycling packaging material onto producers and policy at the state level there that we've been involved in. And so moving forward, these are some highlights to show the theme of this climate action plan, really connecting climate strategies across the city and understanding that mitigation efforts must continue, but the city must also prioritize resources towards resilience. So this CAP update will include new big moves to outline the next phase of city climate action, and the mitigation efforts will be prioritized based on their resilience and equity benefits. Also, as Jonathan mentioned, calling special attention to the impact and association between climate and water, and we'll be mapping that in this climate action plan. And a theme of this conversation tonight and on the hotline was the connection of land use, transit planning, and compact development. And there's a lot more data and research available now. And the timing with the update to the Boulder Valley Comp Plan is really where many of these policies and strategies live. So just really important to highlight there and the connection to the work that's happening across the city. Also wanted to emphasize a focus on science, literacy, data, and reporting, just having more of an emphasis on research and evaluation, and emphasizing our intention to more regularly align with emerging science. And lastly, just prioritizing big moves that will be core to the next phase of this city climate action plan. Things such as energy equity and grid resilience, clean mobility, reducing consumption, embodied carbon in the environment, and a huge body of work out of our nature-based solutions team on resilient landscape and urban cooling and more. And so next I'm just gonna move a little bit quickly. I know we're probably close to our time here, but talking about our goals. So this is where we focused on our mitigation goal and the overarching goal of staving off climate change, taking action to mitigate our emissions consistent with science-based evidence and targets. And when we set these targets in 2021, it was based on the science that we had at the time, and these continue to be where we are today. And so I want to move to the proposed resilience and climate equity goals. We are hoping to amend our resolution to add proposed goals that, that speak to resilience and climate equity. And while these are more qualitative statements about taking action and preparing and responding to the changes that are here and will be coming with climate, and also looking at equity and making sure that we're considering the impact that on our community's most vulnerable members and distributing benefits and burdens equally. We recognize that from these we can set more quantitative targets, such as the Justice 40 goal, and we'll be seeing some of those in our Climate Action Plan update as well. Next steps, I think handing it back to you, Jonathan.
Yeah. All right. Big breath. We're almost there. Promise. This is a lot of information towards council, so I appreciate your attentiveness. I'm just going to walk you through the next steps very, very quickly, and then I'd like to invite Hernan Villanueva from the Environmental Advisory Board to join me at the podium to summarize some of the board's feedback. So just walking through where we plan to go from tonight, we want to hear some of council's feedback in terms of are we on track in terms of what you were hoping to see with this next update? Are there comments, questions that you have specifically? We intend to come back in the spring, if not earlier, with an amended resolution. I know that there is a desire, I hear the desire to use resolutions more sparingly. I just know that the goals and targets that were established by the previous council were done by resolution, so it seemed logical to make those amendments there and bring that back. And then in late spring, we would launch the updated climate action plan. And I want to make sure that you all hear that that doesn't end a progress of engaging with our community. And in fact, starts and renews an engagement opportunity to make sure our community understands what's in it, how do they connect with the climate action plan, how do they see the actions within it as something that is accessible and that they can really move out on in their own way. So those are our next steps. And before we get back to the questions, I will invite Hernan to the podium.
Okay, good evening, Mayor, members of council. I promise I'll be quick. I'm Hernan Villanueva. I've been a member of the Environmental Advisory Board since 2021. First, I would like to thank Jonathan and his department for their hard work on this plan. We've been working, seeing their work throughout the past few months, and it's been exceptional. Climate initiatives involve numerous components, different players, so their ability to distill all of that into like a comprehensive, cohesive plan is really remarkable. Okay, so now back to the board's feedback. Overall, the board was supportive and complimentary of the framework and the proposed update. Board members suggested the inclusion of a graphic that shows the interface or hierarchy of this plan with respect to the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan, the City Strategic Plan, the Sustainability, Equity, and Resilience Framework. We have a lot of plans. And as Jonathan said earlier, climate action is not the responsibility of one department. So showing where this plan fits within all of that and how it interacts with other plans and priorities, I think is important, not only for the city, for city staff, but also for the public. And then the next item was density and land use. Board members asked if recommendations related to the climate impacts of land use and density will be included in the plan. One board member suggested incorporating the most recent land use information from the International Panel on Climate Change, IPCC, for reference. While there were no specific recommendations, the board discussed the city's ability to influence the culture and norms around density in favor of lessening climate impacts. There was another opinion where it was suggested that we should first study what the IPCC recommendations mean specifically for Boulder, including evaluating how much of this data can be extrapolated to our community. This will particularly focus on the implications, for example, for extra boundary transportation, which is a big source of emissions, and which could differ significantly from global or national context. So basically, take those recommendations, study them, and see how we can apply that data to our city, and then what local recommendations we can make. The board also supports strategies to continue holding large corporations accountable for their role in climate change, such as our current climate lawsuit against ExxonMobil and Suncor. And at the same time, the board wants to ensure that while driving emissions reductions locally, we do continue to support our local businesses, our local business community through targeted incentives and business-related strategies. And if I remember correctly, it was mentioned in the context of the relationship between local businesses, sales tax, and our city budget. Like, we don't want to make their lives harder. And finally, in addition to the identified climate risk, the board was interested in including economic and financial risk assessments as a climate-related risk as well. So, for example, we discussed insurance risk for individuals who live in near wildfire areas, and identifying actions for people to take and be prepared. And we also talk about equity considerations in this area, and how some may not be able to afford insurance, and other financial impacts of this increased climate disasters. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Hernan, thanks so much for joining us tonight and sharing that feedback, and really appreciate your service and everything the Environmental Advisory Board does. So very much, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Okay, so we are going to turn next to questions for council. And just to wrap the piece with the EAB, I just really wanted to echo the comment of the mayor that we really appreciated the feedback from the board and feel really confident that we can integrate much of what they said into this next update. So with that, we'll turn it back to you, Mayor, for the questions for council. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Jonathan. Thanks everybody for the fantastic presentation, all the work you're doing on the project. So I'll look to council members. The first question for us is whether we have questions. So let's start with any clarifying questions we have for city staff. Tina.
Yes, is there, and thank you for all the information, it was great. One of the questions I have is how we integrate human behavior, and just what people are accustomed to doing and how we look at their behavior and how that behavior can be changed, or what we've seen that we were hopeful for, but behavior wasn't changed. How is that integrated in this?
I'll take a first pass at that. And, you know, I think that's, as long as I've been doing this work, that's been one of the hardest things, is really looking at behavior change and how to impact behavior change. And I think where we are with it today is that by changing the systems and making the choices that we're driving people towards, kind of the most logical ones or the easiest ones or the most accessible ones, it's not, you know, you can kind of take the pressure off of having to change behavior, not that behavior doesn't impact it, but if you make things accessible and you have good transportation opportunities and transit opportunities and networks of contractors that are installing the right equipment and not, you know, not sending people towards gas furnaces for replacements when their systems are at the end of life, the hope is that by changing the larger systems that you're taking the pressure off of that. And again, it doesn't mean that it's the bullet, you know, the silver bullet for it, but I think that's a strategy we're employing.
And well, I was going to say, like, is there a way to flag efforts or initiatives that you think human behavior might be a problem, so it's going to be less likely to succeed, and we should look at a different priority or initiative?
Jonathan Cohen again. I promise I will not jump up here and try to answer every question. It's a really excellent question, and I wanted to just draw your attention to a comment I made earlier about impact. One of the ways we have thought much differently over the past couple of years about what are the challenges we face with changing behavior is that we start with something that really doesn't motivate. We talk about metric tons of carbon. So what we have really been shifting to is value-based conversations about health, safety, joy, happiness, the things that motivate people. And what we realize is that in order to get our community members to change a behavior, there is definitely a way to do that that really connects into those values. And so I don't know that I could answer your question directly to say what are the barriers. I think we are working around that in ways that we are seeing much more aggressive uptake of the types of services and programs that we offer by approaching it from that values perspective. And what I said earlier, and I think that what Yael did an excellent job explaining, is we're not abandoning that individual behavior change, but we're trying to show how individual actions work most effectively when done in a collective way, and then that collective action then can change the big systems. I know that seems a little bit planner-esque, and that's really challenging for me to even think that way. But I think the behavior change is such a critical piece of this. And then the last comment I would make is understanding the impact of climate on social health issues. So drawing a much deeper connection to understanding how our mental health issues are connected to climate, and we talk about that in a very connected way. So when you saw that mapping exercise, there was a lot of connectedness into some of our social services as well. So thanks.
Mark?
Thank you. This was a really interesting presentation. I actually have two questions. One is that the plan notes favorably the EAB comment to, quote, consider the city's ability to influence the culture norms around density in favor of lessening climate impacts. What exactly does that mean? Well, I guess I'm asking you because you quoted it with approval in your memo.
Sure.
Okay.
Well, Councilmember Wallach, what we quoted, we just referenced the feedback that we heard from the board.
Okay.
And so that's why I was suggesting that it might be more appropriate to have Hernan try to describe the conversation that the board had and what they meant by that. I think I could tell you what I think they mean by that, but I would much prefer to have him speak.
Hernan, come on down.
Okay. This is item. Okay. The city's ability to influence the culture and norms around density in favor of lessening climate impacts. So this was part of the discussion that was brought forth by a member that mentioned the IPCC. Okay. The IPCC does have recommendations about urban density, transportation, and its relationship to climate impacts. Now, these are global trends. It's a global report. So what was discussed of that is, what does that mean for our city? I mean, density is a controversial topic in the city. I think we can all recognize that. So if we start talking about land use and the IPCC recommendations in the plan, what does that mean for the land use recommendations for our city? Mm-hmm. So that's kind of what we were getting at. And the other part of the discussion was, okay, if we start looking at this report, how does that extrapolate to our community? What does urban density mean for Boulder? Like, does it mean, basically, we don't know. Like, how do we extrapolate this data and fit it to our local data? That was part of the discussion. I'm not quoting anything from staff. Okay. That was just kind of like what we were discussing and the ideas that we were throwing at it.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes, okay. Yes, it does. My other question is, and this will be back to Jonathan and company. How will the climate action plan be integrated with the city's long-term financial strategy? I mean, it can't simply be a list of things we want to do if we don't have the money to do them. So.
Yeah, thanks, Councilmember Walk. As I understand your question, and I appreciated that last little bit in terms of funding for specific actions, I would draw your memory back to when we were before council talking about the Climate Action Plan tax, understanding what kind of revenues and sources of revenue were necessary to achieve the types of emission reductions that we endeavor to achieve. One of the things that we spend a lot of time as a team doing and as a city doing is looking at supplementary opportunities for funding. So it doesn't mean that we have to look at city funds to accomplish what we're seeking to achieve. Great example of that is the EPA grant that Yael was referencing. How do we leverage those dollars to achieve what we want? How do we leverage private sector investment to achieve what we want? And so we as a team and we as an organization try to leverage our expertise, our thought leadership, and the funds that we do have. And we've been effective at that. And I will also add that across the organization, so your comment about our long-term budgeting and financial strategy is, as all departments are aligning around and understanding how they contribute to achieving those goals, there are really complementary and cross-cutting objectives that we see from all departments that support. Normally, we just think about it as one department, here's your budget, and here's how we're trying to achieve those goals. But it really is the objective of the entire organization. We're seeing that play out.
Sure.
Jonathan, I just wanted to touch on, since we're in the position to try to not be using, or you leverage outside funds to really achieve our goals, given that we're walking into a very difficult administrative environment for the next 4 years, certainly as it pertains to climate action, one can assume that those funds are going to vanish like a fart in the wind. So how are we going to reach our goals knowing that we're going to be substantially limited in those external resources to still then be able to fill and meet our goals? How are we going to do that?
Well, thanks for that, Councilman Benjamin. You know I'm an optimist, and so maybe I don't show that kind of pessimistic outlook, but I think it's probably an objective one. We've actually spent quite a bit of time thinking about what kind of funds are available today, what would possibly be going away with the change in the administration. The way we think about accessing those funds is perhaps not directly through things that are labeled as climate, but certainly things that are related to broader resilience strategies, hardening of systems, reliability. So there are funds that we know are going to continue through federal agencies that we can access and use them to support our overall climate and resilience objectives. So I am not, of course I am concerned, but I also believe that we can find ways to access funds. We've been effective at it, we'll continue to be effective at it.
I'll just add too, if I will, onto what Jonathan was saying, is that we can also expect that there will be private funds, right? And as we saw in previous administrations, where federal funds were perhaps reduced for these endeavors, there were other private philanthropic organizations who stepped up. Bloomberg Philanthropies comes to mind, where they spent a lot of money investing in particular in the climate space. And so we will be thinking about those strategies as well as we move forward. And so there will be other opportunities.
I will only say that you guys are true optimists, because I share the concern of my colleague, Councilmember Benjamin, on this subject. And by all means, join the financial strategies meeting tomorrow and listen to the tale of woe. Because that's all we do at the moment is cry. So join in. Okay.
Okay, thanks. Taisha, and then I'll call on myself.
Yes, thank you so much. This is really exciting, and one of the reasons I ran for office here in our city. I did have a question, just two questions. One around, oh God, I hate when I can't read my handwriting. What is the, and I just wrote it down. Oh, right. It was about the research canon. So, although I appreciate the IPCC, I want to honor that they are not the only body. They are not the only it is very dangerous for us to only identify one group and call them, the ones that are in charge of and taking a direction from only them. So one question I had is, do we have access to the research base beyond just that is informing the plan and informing the work? Again, specific to the IPP, again, very appreciative of the working groups and the reports, but there has been criticism and actual research conducted about the lack of Indigenous people in positions of leadership to guide and form that. There is a lack of recognition of Indigenous people's rights. There is a lack of, or there is a pattern of portraying Indigenous peoples as vulnerable. And there are recommendations to create a strength-based approach that is more ethical and equitable in its application of Indigenous people's knowledge systems, which are also not included sufficiently in the efforts, and also, of course, involving Indigenous peoples in the scoping process. So again, I'm very interested, and again, it's not a question that I want responded right now, but I think it is very important that we have a collective understanding of the knowledge base that we're using. And as you can imagine, I am especially interested in researchers that that have historically been denied the opportunities, and unfortunately tend to be those who are most disproportionately impacted by the negative impacts of policy that have been set without them. So yeah, so my question is about the research base and getting access to just the canon that we're using. I heard sure.
Good evening, council members. I'm Brett Kincairn with the Climate Initiatives Department. We actually work with a broad range of different researchers across both our community and the country. We're working closely right now and actually helping to establish the first Center for Nature-Based Solutions in the country at CU. And so we've been working closely with the environmental biology programs there and many others. So I really appreciate this question because there are certainly limits to the kinds of views that certain scientific bodies have. I also appreciate this issue about who gets to participate in the research. The city of Boulder
and lead, right?
Yes. The city
Not participate in a focus group or go ahead.
Yes, indeed. So just to note that the city of Boulder is taking a leading role in a new initiative in the coming year in which communities across the world are actually working on developing biodiversity strategies. And one of the organizations that we have proposed to be involved in that process is the First Nations Development Institute, for the very reason that you are calling out quite appropriately, which is that we need all voices and all forms of knowledge to be in that conversation. So very much appreciate the question, and it's something that we have very much top of mind in the work we're doing.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that, Brett. And I look forward to our discussion around biodiversity. Although I am asking though for what is the research that informed the plan that we are currently considering. And just, again, if we're referencing, right, just a bibliography or just something that lets us know kind of what is anchoring the work that we're currently doing. And I especially appreciate the acknowledgement of the gaps in our research and the gaps in who gets to participate, and looking forward to working with all of you to right that wrong. So thank you. My second was around the 15-minute neighborhood, and just, I moved here from Washington, D.C. I've lived in big cities. I've lived in 15-minute neighborhoods most of my life, and I chose to leave them because there were issues with with pollution and insufficient climate needs, et cetera, workforce payment, affordability. And so again, I'm eager to work with you all to reimagine what a 15-minute neighborhood would look like. My question is, however, one of my concerns or struggles with the 15-minute neighborhood is it gives the impression that all of our needs are addressed within a 15-minute footprint. And so my question is, how are we monitoring both our city of Boulder consumption at the that we're consuming in the city limits, right, versus consumption that we are doing as a city outside of Boulder city limits? And so, for example, I think of fracking or offsite energy generation of any kind, or other places where there are potential sacrifice zones. How are we kind of balancing balancing and tracking both of those? I got a hint because you mentioned local global, but I was just curious if you can just speak on how you all are navigating and balancing those two critical components, because again, all of our needs are not met within a 15-minute footprint.
Thank you. Yeah, I can address that question. So last year in 2023, we released a consumption-based emissions inventory, which estimates our emissions associated with the goods and services that we consume in Boulder, but it accounts for the emissions that occur outside of our boundaries. So while our emissions inventory that we conduct on an annual basis, that we released the report for last month, that includes just what's within our own city boundaries, that consumption-based emissions inventory looks outside our boundaries. So we have not yet set a target for consumption-based emissions like we do have for emissions within our own boundaries, but we're going to continue to assess that on an ongoing basis.
And currently thank you so much. And currently there are no water or energy specific goals outside. We only have emission-based goals. Is that correct?
We do have goals related to renewable.
I'm sorry, city level, right? I know that I've talked with Jonathan, and I know he showed me all this stuff, and there's tons of goals, right? But at the city level, we only have kind of primarily emissions-based goals. So I just wanted to clarify that was still the case. Thank you. Awesome. Thank you.
Thanks, Taisha. I got one question for y'all, which is just a question about how our trajectory towards achieving our goals will be a part of the Climate Action Plan update, right? Because we have our goals, we've made incredible progress, so congratulations to the whole community for that and to the Climate Initiatives Department in particular. But how will we kind of lay out the roadmap for how we plan to accomplish the full goals as part of this Climate Action Plan update?
Yeah, so I can address that question as well. So we are in the process of conducting a greenhouse gas forecasting analysis to chart that path towards meeting our emissions reduction targets. And a summary of that will be included in the plan. So that'll take into account our expected future growth based on local and regional planning, and also the changes needed to meet those emissions reduction targets.
That's great to hear. And then will we also be taking into account as we look at that the state's action, because they have some very specific sets of actions to achieve their goals, and so is that going to be wrapped into that whole process?
Yeah, so targets associated with the state decarbonization roadmap will be incorporated into that.
Fantastic. That's great to hear. That's all I had. Matt?
So I had a question about the proposed resilience and equity goals, in particular the climate resilience goal. And I know Jonathan said they're more qualitative than quantitative, but I'm wondering why aren't they quantitative, and how do we get there? Because I mean, first ask the question, and maybe I'll follow up. But I'm just curious why we're not leaning into more quantitative goals that we can measure, KPIs and stuff like that we can measure our success on.
Yeah, that's a great question. You know, the way we look at it is in the hierarchy of goals and targets and indicators is that the goal statements tend to be more qualitative, and that from those we can build specific targets. So you will see targets that are quantitative in the climate action plan having to do with resilience, things like tree canopy and how we're measuring heat islands. In the equity goal, we talked about having a Justice 40 target, and as we start to unpack some of the benefits from our equity programs, we'll have some more quantitative targets there as well that we can track and measure. Just wanting to emphasize that tracking and measuring is a hugely important part of this, but the goal statements are meant to be sort of the overarching qualitative concepts and vision, and then from those we'll build the targets that are quantitative.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Just taking the opportunity to add one more piece of this, because I can't miss the opportunity to applaud the other departments in the organization. Resilience is another location or another space where a lot of the existing resilience goals do reside with other departments. So coming forward with something, as Yael said, that is more qualitative but at the high level, and then we will embed some of those more milestone numeric targets as it tracks with those various plans and those specific plans in those other areas. Sorry, that was a little bit clunky, but
I appreciate it. My other question had to do with there were I'm just looking at the slide. Where were all the bubbles of what are exact? Oh yes. So talking about the current existing city actions to build resilience, and I love that we've got heat and wildfire and drought and extreme weather, flooding, air quality, and I'm going to steal Taisha's thunder because she brings this up all the time. But I'm curious why perhaps wildlife is not one that's in here. And I think of things like the impacts of light pollution on wildlife, delayed hibernation of animals as a result of climate change, or just how they move based on higher drought, more flood events. So I'm just curious where wildlife fits in on that.
It is an integral part of our open space and mountain parks program of management. And so there's an extensive body of work that the ecologists in that group are doing and have been doing for a long time. So I think that's very mature. The area that we're now starting to work on more is in the urban landscape context and the urban biodiversity context. And I think one of the things that you'll see this year, which will be really exciting, is some citizen science or community science-based efforts to involve our community in starting to do biological diversity surveys, including young people and others, so we can start to see that. We actually don't have the baseline data, but that's something that we are working on. In fact, we're developing partnerships again with CU through the CU Natural History Museum to develop that community science effort. So you'll see those starting to roll out this spring.
That's great. So I'm just curious, what department would that rely on, since open space is kind of the collar around us? Who would sort of have dominion over the wildlife in the urban corridor?
It's the really interesting dynamic of urban nature-based solutions, because once you, like a department of like ours, we start to enter into that space, then we're walking on the toes of the Parks Department and open space. And so we work quite closely with all of them. And I think one of the exciting elements of this is that we're starting for the first time to see our urban landscapes as ecosystems, as opposed to trees over here and maybe green infrastructure over there and maybe some pollinator habitat here. We're going to start to actually be able to map and characterize our urban landscapes and the biodiversity that exists in them. Yeah.
Lauren.
Thank you. So I'm excited about this cross-departmental mapping plan, but I wanted to just check in. You talked about it providing guidance for sort of plan and code updates across all departments, and I'm wondering how we go, if we will have a plan beyond, if this will include guidance for how we have interdepartmental coordination beyond just kind of overarching guidance. Is that part of what this plan will consider? How we integrate and achieve these in each department?
Yeah, so I was just processing your question, trying to think about the best way to answer it. And what I think you're asking is, how do you operationalize or institutionalize, I think, what we're trying to describe. So yes, there are these points of intersection where we can say there is a plan that's being updated. Can we map it? Can we check how does it represent the goals and objectives around climate? And what I would say is that we have built a much deeper foundation within the organization, that it's an ongoing process. So we are really trying to think more holistically, and that takes some time to build that muscle, obviously. But I, again, just want to so appreciate my colleagues in other departments who have really integrated climate in their own way. As an example, Open Space has developed their own climate action plan within their own operations, and we're seeing parks, and we're seeing our facilities, and all departments are starting to kind of rise up in that way. So we're strengthening that network and that whole constellation of not just the plans, but the work itself, and creating opportunities not just for leadership, but all staff to participate and play a role in developing solutions. So I would say that it's much deeper than just those frequent or infrequent check-ins on plans and codes, but really how we operationalize it across the organization.
Thank you for that. Somewhat related, I noticed that our little sustainability paragraph in our packet often is not part of our memo anymore. And while I know that I suggested that if it wasn't going to be done in a uniform way, maybe perhaps we shouldn't do it. But I think I was hoping that it would come more from, let's do that in a uniform and robust way, rather than let's eliminate it completely. Is that something we should expect to see come back, or what are we thinking on that front right now?
I appreciate that. I think as we go into a new agenda management systems, we're thinking about that. We're trying to balance your and frankly our desire to see lighter memos with making sure that the information we have in that memo is truly relevant. And so as we think of things like fiscal notes, which I know has been an interest for many of you, and how does this relate to many of our values, perhaps how does that relate to our strategic plan, things like that. We want to make sure it is meaningful and relevant to our work. So you'll find some iteration as we figure out how to configure that into our new agenda management system. So something will come back in a hopefully more relevant form.
Thank you. And then I don't need an answer for this tonight, but as I think about the areas of control that we have, the buildings we build are a big part of that, the buildings that the city itself builds. And so I was wondering, what standards we hold ourselves to and how much above and beyond what we require the rest of the community. Oh, we do get an answer to this tonight. Yay, Carolyn, thank you.
Good evening, Council. I'm Carolyn Elam. I'm a Senior Sustainability Manager for Energy Systems. And Councilmember Folkers, thank you so much for asking that question. You know, I'm so proud of our facilities team and the facilities teams across our organization who have been leading the way from, open space, who behind the scenes electrified their buildings, and to our amazing facilities master plan. So we continue to strive to go above and beyond. Lead by example, so our newest fire station is really walking the walk of here's how you do an amazing high efficiency all electric structure. And so I think you'll continue to see the city testing those bounds and leading by example. I think as well as we think about how we preserve our structures and adaptively reuse them, I think as Michelle Crane has been up here and talked about, some of our buildings that are the ones that we may be moving out of, like how do we foster the appropriate and effective reuse of those, I think is really going to be foundational, and the things you're going to see coming in the future.
I guess I was wondering if we might be able to set a standard for ourselves in terms of, a more uniform target, a living building challenge certification, or a, LEED platinum kind of a thing. I'm not sure if we do that ubiquitously across our projects that we're planning at the moment, but it's something I would like to see.
Yeah, I know as a, and I won't speak for them directly, but I know as a practice, they've always designed to the standard, but not gone after the certification, just acknowledging that there's cost and resources involved in that. But the principle is there to put all of those practices into place. So you won't necessarily see the LEED certifications showing up on our facilities, but they could have been based on the practices we impose. So certainly, I think that's something they would certainly channel and champion.
Thank you for that.
Okay, do we have another question? Okay, got another question, and then we'll move on.
Thank you. You had mentioned earlier about a role for mental health, Jonathan, when you were up here answering a question. I think it might have been the first question in the Climate Action Plan update. And I was just wondering if you could speak a little bit more to that, or if anyone could, just what is the role of mental health in this update, and how are we thinking about that as this moves forward?
Thanks, Councilmember. I think that work is evolving. I don't have a direct answer for you, but we have come at this with a recognition that mental health has to be a factor as we think about climate. And this is one of the things that a lot of the research out there is starting to signal to us. So to try to think about actions without connecting, it's not going to work. And so the way we've been at this for a little while, I'm going to invite Brett to come up in just a moment and talk about some of the work that we're doing with our community youth. So finding those ways to connect into the community, not necessarily talking about climate anxiety or climate grief directly, but recognizing that it exists and finding those outlets and way to connect our youth and connect our community back in a way that really helps them protect what they love, help to address some of the challenges that we're facing at the local level and of course at the global level. So Brett, do you want to talk specifically about some of our youth programming? I think it's a great illustration of trying to answer your question.
I'd start also by saying, if you haven't had a chance to check out the Cool Boulder work, I think it's one of those places that we're really trying to create an avenue for more and more of our community to enter climate. When climate was seen as just about energy systems, then it was, did you put solar panels on? Did you buy your electric car? Those are things that are kind of prohibited from many parts of the community. But did you plant a pollinator garden? Did you actually create some native seeds that you could plant out? Those are things that anybody could do. And so we've seen a really large upswell of community interest in the climate work in that way. But it was a part of that work that actually led to some really exciting engagements with young people. And then they started getting inspired about creating conversations themselves. And so 2 years ago, we had our first youth climate summit, and now the schools are starting to pass that around, and we're having 2 climate summits a year at the different high schools and middle schools. The next one will be this April at Boulder High. So I think there's a broadening conversation that I'm really excited to see more of our youth in. We've also been working quite closely with a fascinating organization called Classrooms for Climate Action that's working in the elementary schools. And we're seeing fascinating and really fun stuff. I attended a pollinator fashion show about 3 weeks ago, and it was fascinating to watch these second graders just parading down the runway with their pollinator suits on. So I think we're seeing a lot of really fun ways that we can make climate something that's uplifting and not just a sort of ominous topic.
Okay, great. So that brings us to the end of council questions, which was your question for us, number one. The second question is, what does a successful update to the cap look like for council members? And I'll suggest we could all wax lyrical on this topic for 10 or 15 minutes apiece, but it's late. It's almost 9:40. So what I would suggest is if council members have specific targeted bits of feedback for what they really need to see in this update, different from what we've already heard about, you could offer those now. But if you feel like it's on good track, no need to chime in. So anybody thoughts? We got Tina? Ryan?
Yeah, I am looking to see something that has some flexibility. So when there's a roadblock that is out of our control, that we can pivot and work on other things that are in our control. Or if we find that there's a human behavior issue that we're having a hard time address, that you have, based on what you see and your expertise, can pivot and do what you need to do to meet our goals. And then the second thing is to think about whether a resolution is the right way to adopt the new goals or whether there's a different mechanism we can use. And that also makes it so that you have flexibility under the goals to do the activities you need to do to meet those goals.
Ryan, thanks, Tina.
I feel fortunate to be part of your team's leading work, and if I could just briefly mention this, you showed slides that went back to 2006, and if I could just briefly salute those of you who have been working on this for 10 or 15 years or more, who were seeing finance then in the future, and were a part of a cohort then that was saying we would see insurance premiums start to fail, and that would be an early indicator, and that you have been seeing the future and finance in it from the beginning, and I'm would just want to highlight that we have some real expertise and future seers in here today as we go forward and think about the question of integrating finance and climate as we go forward. So that's just a quick appreciation. And I do see the year-on-year GHG reductions over time. It does need to get steeper, so you're going to need a lot of support for that. So just a word of thanks. And then also to Ernan and the EAB, really appreciate both the partnership and then also your detailed analysis, which I think is great. So Aaron, I have 4 things. I'll try to be just doing them quickly. I just would like to lift up 4 things that I've heard you talk about that I think are really important and that I hope we continue to develop in this plan. The first is something that is, I think, pretty subtle, but perhaps the most innovative and important thing of all, which is this proposed effort to create more ownership within the city for climate strategies beyond what we may think of as the core climate initiatives team. This is how we're going to drive changes at scale in the city and also show the way for others. And it's hard work, and it's not just analytical, but it's organizing. So this is going to look different, and I think to Lauren's point about looking for things in our packet, I think that's a place where we're going to hopefully see some more of that, as well as to Mark's question about financial strategies. Looking forward to that. Second thing, I really appreciate your continued focus on being strategic and emphasizing systems transitions and also reimagining how we understand our systems, because it's these big making plans for changes with outcomes that look different that are going to drive the big structural changes we need, rather than looking sort of GHG by GHG. So I'm really glad to see that, and paired with the integration effort, I think we might see some new things really bloom in this update. Third thing, your intention to newly incorporate the science of compact land use and transportation choices. with consideration of IPCC, but not only the IPCC, and looking at the entire body of science on this topic, I think is really important. The science on this has been more or less established for years. It's also from an equity standpoint, the housing and transportation cost burden for low income households is an incredible important equity issue. And I also think, as people have pointed out, we are entering a period in which there are going to be federal headwinds at the federal level and uncertainty, at least as far as most people expect. And this is an area where we have, as a city, some of the greatest power and control to drive climate action. Final and fourth thing is on energy. I know this is a topic area that have a long tradition of excellence. There's decarbonization happening steadily with electricity. So I look forward, hopefully, to updating our view of how we think about the energy future that we are trying to drive for, and thinking about it in terms of the outcomes that we would like to reach. I won't say what I think those outcomes are now, but I think examples of outcomes might be things like we should see reduced costs to what we are paying for electricity, given that the renewables revolution is reducing fundamental costs. Another one is reliability. This is not specifically about the power safety shutoff proceeding with Excel. It includes that, but it is addressing the question of what should we expect from reliability in the future? And then a third and final one is thinking about what does it look like to transition to total or near total electrification, and how does the existing and the legacy gas system create a barrier or create issues that we need to think about. So those are three things that I wouldn't say like have to be the ones, but those are examples of outcomes that I would hope that our energy planning process would lead to. Thanks very much.
Thanks. I got Matt, then Taisha, then Mark.
Thanks, Aaron. Appreciate Ryan complimenting staff as being future seers. If you could use that superpower to tell me if the Buffs are going to win the national championship in a few years, I'd appreciate that future seeing as well. I think this whole community would. In terms of what I really want to see this look like, and I brought and sort of connected to what I brought up earlier about these resilience goals and some of the other goals, is thinking of them kind of like how a lot of organizations do their financial development, especially nonprofits, is they come up with a goal. That's a push, but realistic. And then they come up with the stretch goal. The one that's like, boy, if the stars align and we hit it, then we can hit it. And I think that might be something of interest with regards to some of these resiliency goals. And I think of that with regards to wildfire and flood in particular, given those are the two most critical threats this community faces with regards to climate resiliency. And I think some goals, and I would just say that to some extent, this presentation probably should have front-ended our wildfire conversation, only because the slide here that talks about high fire risk days is really sobering. I think that might have actually pushed this council to be a bit more aggressive on its recommendations just a little bit ago. So that's, I think of those stretch goals. Where can you really push the envelope, but you're not holding yourself to it. But if you hit it, it's there of a measure of even greater success, or we got somewhere in between. So I think those might be some really interesting ways to push the envelope and give community a sense of the high bar that we're setting for ourselves.
Thanks. Taisha?
Thank you so much. I echo a lot of the comments already made. I would say for me, I'll just send a follow-up hotline with more specific details, but I'll just give three overarching. The first is around aligned accountability and administration. So I appreciate the collaboration and cooperation between Boulder, the city of Boulder and Boulder County. I also love the ever-growing relationship with CU Boulder. I did make a connection with Colorado Parks and Wildlife, particularly around wildlife. So, again, I'm hopeful that we can engage all of the players working in those spaces and show what aligned accountability looks like, whether it be the frameworks or community accountability, reducing bureaucratic barriers across different things, monitoring and reporting. What is the cadence? What is I am both in the city and in the county, right? And so what can we do to get more synergies and more data alignment? Another area is around intergovernmental and interdepartmental cooperation. So there was a lot of conversations around interdepartmental cooperation, but I did want to, again, just lift up the governmental collaboration. Yes, we know, the feds have been very clear around the next administration. However, that means that the state, county, and city alignment must be stronger. And I'm especially interested in what it looks like when we're working with community members, so that we're not hosting 8 different meetings with the same community members about the same topics, but really having that alignment around communications and outreach, and even the community science pieces, right? Even data sharing is another component, and data sharing not just with departments and intergovernments, but also with our partner organizations. Those we have traditionally worked with in the cool Boulder space, which is so dynamic, but also those who are doing the work but are not kind of in the cool climate club. And so I would love, one goal for me would be to see a much deeper, that everybody understands their role, and have an opportunity to lead. And that leads me to the next, which is community led. And so I'm really excited about the equity components, but I think it's really important that we define what we mean by that term every time, because it means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And the other piece is making sure we're very clear on what our accountability mechanisms, both qualitatively and quantitatively, and who is conducting that research, as I said. And again, making sure that it's not just, I also noticed a little dissonance between what was in the slides around the equity statement. So the equity statement said something like, we understand that everybody is not experiencing the same things, et cetera. But a different slide said, we're going to make sure that all people have opportunities from the start, right? So it's not about, yes, that's nice, but what is the quality of the opportunity? How frequent is it? What is the, et cetera. So really power sharing is something I'm eager in, and really making sure that this is, as Ryan indicated, a community plan. That is integrated across all the many, many other plans that we have. So anyway, as I said, I have a lot of specific requests and recommendations and questions that I will provide in a hotline. But all in all, I'm really excited and hopeful for better alignment around, even when we're talking about it, so that it's not just once a year, but how are we monitoring and reporting on a consistent basis. So thank you very much. Oh, inclusive of water and energy, right? Emissions is great, but emissions is the outcome of extraction and consumption. So I would love us to get a little closer to the root cause, and not just the outcomes of unfortunate policymaking. Thank you.
Thanks. I got Mark, and then Lauren, and then Nicole.
I'll be brief. I'm a fairly simple person, so my request is going to be simple. I would like to see a series of actionable proposals with identified sources of funding. For me, the rest is fluff. This is what we need to move forward on, and that's what I would like to see. Other than that, you can give us 150 pages at your discretion on any subject you want, but that's what I need. Thank you.
Mark, I'm going to disagree with your characterization of yourself as simple. I think none of your colleagues up here would agree with that designation. Lauren, and then Nicole.
I want to start off with appreciating my colleagues who pushed for incorporating this as a work plan item. I believe that was Taisha and Ryan. I don't know why I just blanked on your name for like half a second. Thanks for bearing with me. And also Nuria for letting us sneak an 11th or maybe 12th, depending on how you count, item onto our work plan. I think that this update is really exciting to me. I appreciate the shifts that you're making, bringing into the new ideas of bringing into focus the connections to food and water, but also prioritizing the big moves we need to make in order to meet our climate goal. As we think about the steps moving forward, I'm happy to do a resolution. That may be unpopular with some of my colleagues, but whatever is easiest and makes most sense, bring it. As we dive deeper into reevaluating a number of our rules and plans, I think that a number of the trade-offs that we're trying to make are difficult. And this is something I've seen us struggle, and it's a place where I've seen the Climate Initiatives Department do really well in terms of bringing forward trade-offs in a way that is diving deeply into them, but also with a high level of transparency to help us as a community really understand these issues more deeply. And I look forward to you bringing that and helping all of our departments do that, especially where we are seeing more difficult trade-offs. For me, some of those are going to be like planning, building, transportation, those kinds of areas. I would love, whether it's our form-based code, landscaping requirements, or landmarking ordinances, I would appreciate coordination in these efforts really being stepped up. I know that we're starting it, and I love that we're going there, and I still think we have quite a ways to go. Thank you.
Thanks, Nicole.
Thank you. And I just want to say this is in over 3 years of being on council, this is one of my favorite questions that I have ever been asked. So I want to thank you for that. Success for me in this update is continuing to use this plan, as I think you all have been doing a great job of over the last years of changing the way we do things. So I'm not tied to kind of a specific outcome or anything, but everything about how we do things has to change given this crisis, and that's what success looks like to me. And just to get a little more specific there, I think emphasizing the programs and processes that bring our community together, especially community members that we've marginalized historically and currently, engaging youth in solutions, as you're already starting to do. They're the ones who are going to be dealing with the impacts of all of our current work in 2050. Explicitly recognizing that meeting people's basic needs for things like housing, food, and social connection are key to resilience, and we cannot have it without it. And in mentioning mental health, even as we're still exploring what that means, because I think it's that little piece, like when we first started mentioning equity, then you all have evolved that into an incredible place since we started doing that, but just planting seeds that you all can run with, so that we can flesh that out and see what is that, what does that mean in this time that we're living in, and looking at art and culture as a way to foster the creativity and the vision that we need to imagine a radically different future. And I want to call out the Sounds of Hope video that's on the website. Video, sound, not technically audio recording, I guess. That to me is a really great example of the kinds of things that can come from this plan and the type of community that it creates that I see as successful. Not everything has to be really expensive or visibly transformative, but that recording gave people a place to state their hopes and visions, and it gave listeners a chance to hear each other, to understand each other, to see the commonalities, and to feel more connected so that they didn't feel so alone. And that to me is the kind of thing that it's beyond building codes. It's not anything that we're going to get from a specifically stated outcome, but it is a radically different way of doing things, and that's success for me. Thank you.
All right, thanks for that. All right, that brings us, I think, to our end of our council comments. I'll just say I think you all have done a phenomenal job. I'm really excited about what's to come. So thank you for your extraordinary work. It's groundbreaking and incredibly necessary to face the challenges that we have ahead of us. So we look forward to what comes next. Thanks so much. All right, that brings us to the end of that agenda item, which is our last formal agenda item. But Chris, I believe you had a point of procedure you'd like to bring up.
I would, Mayor. Thank you very much. And I hate to go backwards at this late hour, but just touching on item 5A, the natural medicine ordinance, I would advise council to make a motion to continue the second reading. This would clarify the record, would streamline the process, and allow us to continue to use the emergency procedures for this ordinance. So I would advise council to make a motion to continue item 5A, the second reading of ordinance 8665, with direction for staff to draft amendments to the ordinance based on council direction, just to ensure that the record is clear, which us lawyers worry about.
Okay, great. I'm happy to do. I got that. Yeah, I'll just go for it. And just to restate it. So I move that we continue item 5A, the second reading of ordinance 8665, with direction for staff to draft amendments to the ordinance based on council direction.
Second.
All right, we got a motion and a second. All in favor? Do we do a roll call for this, or can we continue with it? Yep, okay, roll call for that.
All right, thank you. We'll start the roll call for the continuation of ordinance 8665 with Councilmember Adams.
Yes.
Benjamin?
Yes.
Mayor Brockett?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Folkerts?
Yes.
Councilmember Marquis?
Yes.
Shuhart?
Yes.
Spear?
Yes.
Wallach?
Yes.
And Weiner.
Yes.
The ordinance 8665 is hereby continued.
Okay, thanks so much. We dotted that I and crossed that T. All right, that brings us to the end of our agenda for this evening, unless anyone has any final thoughts to offer. Ryan?
All right, I'm going to test my 2 minutes or less comment on open comment. During open comment, there was a comment that involved a very personal focus on Taisha. I am not very moved by provoking individual council members, at least towards what I hear from, I guess, advocates. But she has been invoked, so I'd like to say something. First, I'd like to remind everyone that she is an elected official, part of this body, and our business depends on all of us individually being effective team workers. There were disruptions today that left multiple people who came to speak visibly shaken, and that doesn't just affect public commenters, but it affects our work together, at least from my view. So please let me just say, Taisha is one of the most thoughtful people I know. She is someone who has dedicated her profession to trying to mend very deep wounds. She addresses a lot at once. She has a lot of wisdom to share, and I have known her as somebody who listens and she tries to get it right, and she corrects things when I see her. So I just want to say how excited I am about some of the things she's working on, including the anti-Muslim hate resolution that I look forward to supporting when we get it into the right place. So just to conclude, the personal, focused individual comments are not helpful.
Yeah, thanks for that, Ryan, because I was actually going to say, you said it very eloquently. I was going to say something very similar, so I really appreciate you bringing that up, that kind of direct personal attack on individual council members uncalled for. And Taisha, I'm sorry that you had to experience that. And again, that the disruptions are keeping us from the business of the city and is in fact scaring other members of the public who are trying to come and work with us on our matters at hand. I do look forward to, in the new year, passing resolutions both on anti-Semitism and on anti-Muslim hate. Those are both moving forward, and thanks to Council Members Benjamin for moving forward on one, and Councilmember Adams for moving forward on the other, because no form of hate is acceptable or welcome in our city. Yeah, Nicole.
Yeah, and thank you, Ryan. Thank you. The other thing that I wanted to note, and this is in response to some of the things that were said in open comment today, and I want to fully separate this from what Ryan just said, because they are two separate things, and I just want to make sure that is clear. I think there is sometimes a wanting to make all the things known in sort of one go, and sometimes just a clear separation can help. So try to do this despite being tired. But one thing, I had a chance to talk with a colleague today and got a little more understanding of the way that when people bring up the specific idea that folks who are Jewish have special power in politics or outsized power in politics, that is part of the anti-Semitism that folks are feeling in the community. And so I just wanted to ask that as we're having these conversations, just being open to the idea that we are all living in a world, in a country, in a state, in a city where there is racism and there is anti-Semitism, and how can we hold open the space to learn from each other so that we're recognizing the times when we are inadvertently perpetuating tropes or showing these actions or behaviors that are making folks feel like they are being targeted for an aspect of their identity. So it was a piece of learning that I had today that I was not aware of, and I am very grateful to have that knowledge and understanding, and just wanted to share that with everyone in the hopes that maybe the community can take that into account as well and just recognize the place where anti-Semitism shows up in those comments as well. And I also look forward to supporting both the anti-Semitism and the anti-Islamophobia resolutions.
Thanks for that, Nicole. Did you have something, Mark?
Well, first I want to agree with both of my colleagues, Ryan and Nicole. I thought their comments were wonderful. But what we experienced tonight is simply out of control. And I am urging us as a council to at least analyze what we can do to protect our own processes so that we're not sitting here after 10 o'clock every time we have open comment and having endured a mini riot. So I think we need to look to what types of restrictions we can impose, if any, and then the answer may be none, but we need to look to our own resources to see if there's anything we can do to control what has become an untenable environment. And we just can't keep doing this every 2 weeks and having the screaming, the hatred, the invective, and the unacceptable kind of behavior directed at us. And I'm urging us to start that process of looking at what it is we can do. I don't suggest anything in particular, but I do suggest we need to make inquiry and look at it. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Tara?
Just agreeing with that, I just want to add that community members who have nothing to do with this conflict are texting me that they cannot come anymore. They don't feel safe, they can't handle it, and so it behooves us to support people that want to talk about, things that we have on our working plan, et cetera, to have them feel comfortable and not literally scared to come. So that I'm hoping we all agree with, all of us. I also want to say that I'm looking forward to the process committee because I feel like videos make me, when somebody plays a video, I tense up and I feel uncomfortable no matter what it is because people can really show anything. Taisha couldn't, you're kind of blindsided in a way. And that goes for any subject. So I'm hoping that we consider not, especially at this time, in this day and age, where we are at this point, to not have videos at open comment. I feel people can email them to us, and it has the same impact rather than having a room full of people. We don't know what's going to be with these videos. It's just taking too big of a chance in this environment, is my opinion. And so I hope we consider that.
Thanks. Lauren?
Thanks. I just wanted to thank you, Ryan, for reminding us of that. I also wanted to express my support for Taisha, and it is not lost on me that me and Taisha have expressed very similar stances on a number of issues, and I do not get nearly the kind of negative attention that she does for, very similar things. And none of us up here have, are without having made mistakes from the dais or said things in ways that we have regretted or backtracked on. So I think that it would be great if people could offer us a little grace sometimes.
Do I have 20 seconds left? Did I speak for 2 minutes?
Yeah, you have 15 seconds.
Okay, 15 seconds, check. Okay, so I also want to say that the one member who was cursing, F you, et cetera, we let that go on, in my opinion, for way too long. That was just outrageous and scary. So I'm hoping that we can make some sort of a decision about that. I mean, I know we don't know what's going to happen, but how long did we sit here during this? So I'm just asking us to be a little more strict in that type of thing.
Okay, and Lauren, that was well said. I'll just respond. I mean, I think it was like 15 or 20 seconds before we were out of here. You know, like you gavel, you tell people to be quiet, you have to give them a chance to stop. Like it takes a second or two, but point well taken. It can go a little faster. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, thanks everybody for those comments. And it's such a difficult situation that we're dealing with here today, but I'm grateful for you all as my colleagues as we work together and on it. And also appreciate everybody sticking within that 2-minute limit guideline that we agreed to at our last meeting. All right. Seeing nothing else, I will go ahead and gavel is closed here at 10:06 p.m. Thanks, everybody, and happy holidays.